All right, now I can say, hi y'all, how are you? Woo, we're in Las Vegas, but we're at the Four Seasons. How cool is this? So thank you very much for being here. I'm Sue Mitchell, and I know many of you, but we also have many new faces in the room. And so I just wanted everybody, if you will, to take a look at your wrist. And I think you have a right band and actually a red band and a black band, okay? But everybody that thinks the world is happily ever after, please raise your red band. Okay. For those of you that are thinking it might be a little grim out there, please raise your black band. All right. Turn to your partner and introduce yourself, please, there at the stage. We want to get this off to a grand old start. Say hello to the people around you. Okay. So that's the kind of energy we want all day today. We want to have us thinking and pushing and moving the credit union space ahead. And so for those of you that have been part of an underground, we just keep it going. So if you need to get up, take a break, walk outside, please do. And we're just going to keep making it happen. It's going to be a fast pace today. And for those of you that haven't attended an underground, what makes it different? Authentic. Conversations that are real. Conversations that we open our heart up about and say, hey folks, we need to come together on this. We have a society today that needs credit unions more than ever. And we have to be able to keep up and be competitive. So in 2019, we started working with coming to Vegas and encouraging people to be part of Money 2020 because it's the largest place in the United States where we're talking about money. And that's what this is all about. We believe in that, we believe in the conference, and we believe that that's where our credit unions need to collectively be to be learning. So we're going to investigate some of those things today. So I'm going to start off now by taking a look at the person that's typically here to kick us off, and that's Brandy Stankovic, and she's coming into us from Wyoming. So if you will, our first production.
Hey, it's your girl, Dr. Brandy Stankovic, and welcome to the Underground. Once upon a time, in a land not so far away, the world began to leave behind those who were less fortunate. But in that time of need, people realized that collaboration and cooperation would ensure that future generations could thrive. So people came together and supported one another, and credit unions were born. For more than 100 years, credit unions were a voice and a refuge where people could find financial security. As with all stories, there were times of abundance and there were times of strife. But at the end of each era, credit unions remained as a light for those seeking more for themselves, their families, and their communities. Today, credit unions are again at the precipice of a new era. Will it be a Grimm fairy tale, or will we find our happily ever after? The world is changing quickly, and we must step up, because if we don't, those that we serve and the businesses and the humans that we provide financial well-being for will again be lost and left behind. Today is the day, the moment, where you can take control of your destiny and write your own story. It'll be tough, it'll be dirty, and it's going to be hard, but we must refocus on our principles and be ready to quickly adapt, engage, and take risks. And the underground is where we make it happen. There are some brilliant people in this room. Don't miss your opportunity to build relationships, to network, to take a chance, to do something different. We respect the legacy and story of the past, but what got us here won't get us there. And remember, despite the optimism you may be feeling today, life isn't a fairy tale. There's no magic wands, no magic potions, no flutes that make rats dance. None of us are beautiful when we're sleeping, and there's no Prince Charming. Trust me, I've been looking. But I also know that we're working hard towards that happily ever after. And if we work together, we might just get there. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. I'm facilitating a strategic planning session and coming to you live from Wyoming. But I'll be around this week, so I'll be checking in with you and finding out how many of you are putting your ideas into action. You know, the underground is the place that you make things happen. It's kind of like a good cup of coffee. It's like a jolt of energy that you need in the morning. And it's probably gonna irritate the shit out of you. Sorry, Sue. Let's get it done.
None of this would be possible without our partners. And so you saw the flags out in the opening, and I just want to, again, thank everybody for being here, for helping us to make this happen. And today is also going to be dedicated to the World Council of Credit Unions, and you'll learn more about that as well. So thank you for being part of the credit union system. So a couple of thoughts. The average credit score for credit unions today is over 700. Our regulators want us to be lending to the same audience that the entire financial services industry is lending to. It's tough for us to make other people's dreams come true. It's tough for us to fulfill the credit union mission. And I was talking to Brian Cass from now, True Stage, okay, Ventures Group. I did it. It was in my brain. And we were talking about kind of this whole theme. And so I want to thank Brian for us being able to get into this concept and talk about what it really means for credit unions to fast forward and fulfill our mission. So I have notes here that we're going to look at criminals. We're going to talk about wolves. We're going to talk about tortoises, hares. We're going to look at what's happening out there if we don't stick together. But we're also going to talk about how together we can make a difference on a collaborative level. So there's only one person that I want to take a moment and recognize. And Zach, if you'll stand up for a second. Zach Christensen, everybody. Will you give him a round of applause? I didn't get that much attention. Now, Zach is a special person, as you all know, and he's involved much more than any particular project, but he helped create that video, and so the production value is just excellent. And today, he's not only going to play the role of an executive director of our initiative, our industry's initiative, CU Pride, but he's also going to be our MC. So please welcome Zach to the table, or to the audience.
Thank you, Sue. Don't worry, we'll find a way to give you some recognition later, I promise. So, everyone, it's so amazing to see you. And again, like Sue said, so many new faces out there that I was trying to rush by and just read name tags to make sure I could know who was out there. But we're so happy to see you. A couple things. I was hearing that at registration, some of you didn't want to pick up a Grimm black wristband, and I appreciate the optimism. Hey, I'm a half the glass is half full kind of guy, but the underground's about being real and really understanding where we're going. So as we're going through, our speakers are going to ask you, do you think it's grim? Do you think it's happily ever after? And if you and your neighbor agree or disagree, guess what? That's okay. Talk, collaborate, figure out why and where the solution might lie within that. Before we go any further, I would like to recognize the rest of the team that makes this happen. First, starting with Mike Stankovic, partner of Mitchell Stankovic and Associates and husband to Sue Mitchell. Mike, give a wave. There he is in the back. Then we have Ryan Stankovic, part of the team, our quality engineer, and just my dude helping make things happen today. Ryan, where are you? There he is. All right, and then we have Patsy Van Auerkerk. She's retired CEO of Travis Credit Union and one of our consultants. And then we have the incredible LaTanya Allen from GPO Federal Credit Union, who is our photographer and just our go-to. So thank you all for everything that you've been doing. As we go through, some of you are new, so real quickly, our speakers are going to be up here. It's going to go fast-paced. So speakers, remember, you get 5 minutes to give your piece and get gritty, get dirty, get in there, all right? I'm going to have a big clock right here that's going to tell you and counting down, so you'll know to keep things moving, all right? And then we'll have a little bit of Q&A for you at the end for from our audience, all right? But without further ado, let's get started, and we're going to talk Rip Van Winkle. Imagine, this is the guy that falls asleep, and he wakes up in 2030. He wakes up and he realizes that financial services has been completely disrupted by embedded finance. Is he able to find his credit union when he wakes up? I don't know. So at this time, I'm going to welcome to the stage our panelists, Brian Cass from True Stage Ventures, Alyssa McCarter-Laborde from World Council, Ron Arahu from Mission Fed Services, and George Estrada from AWS. Please join us and let's go.
So building on Zach's story, so Rip Van Winkle, we're gonna kind of play that out. Imagine it's the year 2030, and I was gonna try to grow my beard out, but I started about 6 years and 11 months too late. So again, we kind of stumble out onto the strip. It's the year 2030. Republicans are still trying to elect the House Speaker. That hasn't been resolved. Taylor Swift actually is the leading candidate for president with her new party, the Swifties. And Neuralink. Is everyone familiar with Neuralink? That's Elon Musk's company that is basically implanting chips into people's brains to allow them to control computers with just their thoughts. Well, guess what? Did you know that they got clearance just last month to start testing that on humans? So we'll fast forward. So now we have tens of millions of people walking around these chips in their head, controlling their computers and everything else with just their minds. Then we kind of look at what's happening with AI and how that's impacting credit unions and banks. And so we walk into the local branch. There's really only like 2 or 3 people there because branch traffic is down 75% because AI has done so much around automation. So credit unions are really kind of trying to find out how are we going to engage with members if they're not coming into the branch to interact with us. And then we see this new concept of embedded finance. And Rip asks, what is embedded finance? I don't even know what that term means. Well, embedded finance is where you have non-financial companies getting into the business of offering financial services. And by the year 2030, it's kind of proliferated the landscape. We have embedded finance growing from about 50 billion in 2023 to some estimates to 2 trillion by the year 2030. Walmart has an online car buying program. Let's fast forward to where that goes in 2030. And they now are the largest auto retailer in the United States, second only to Costco. And they're capturing all the financing of those auto loans. Apple has launched their high yield savings account in September of 2023. Let's fast forward 7 years, and Apple has now grown to $250 billion of deposits, surpassing the largest credit union in the United States. The big three automakers follow Tesla's lead, and they start selling cars direct to consumers. And they're selling most of those vehicles online. And guess what? They're also trying to capture all of the financing on those vehicles. SoFi partners with TikTok and Snapchat to capture 20% of the banking services and lending to people 30 years of age and younger. And Amazon, through its partnership with a firm, has expanded beyond buy now, pay later to offer checking, savings, and more traditional loans at the time of checkout from Amazon. Sound pretty grim? Well, okay. Way to bring the crowd down, Brian. I think that is not probably that unrealistic for at least some of these things to come true. But I think what we're doing at TrueStage Ventures is we're trying to find and invest in companies that are the technology that's enabling that embedded financing to occur. And we want to find ways to really kind of bring the credit union system and become players in that embedded finance ecosystem. And I think that is going to be absolutely critical for the survival of this industry. And not only can embedded finance enable us to survive, I mean, it can be the way that the industry thrives. To Sue's point, it's a way that we can reach out to serve more members than ever before. We've invested in a company called CarSaver. CarSaver's powering that online auto buying platform for Walmart. And we want to leverage really the power of the credit union industry to enable credit unions to provide loans on cars sold through that platform. CarSaver's also powering the online digital experience for Nissan. So again, with those car dealerships going online, it's through a partnership like CarSaver that we can really get credit unions at the forefront of those loans. Union Credit's another company that has created a marketplace just for credit unions. That is, they're embedding their technology on Experian, Way.com, Bankrate, and they provide pre-approved credit union loan offers to millions of consumers. And within the first 8 hours of Union Credit launching just last week, they created 1,500 new credit union members in a little over 8 hours for those credit union partners. So I think, the questions that I have really for the panelists here and for the audience is, are we, one, willing and comfortable sitting behind the brands or sitting alongside the brands that are out there that are going to become more and more relevant when it comes to embedded finance? The Amazons, the Walmarts, your local merchants. Doesn't all have to be big retailers. You can partner with your local merchants and retailers to find unique embedded financing solutions. I think, are we willing to collaborate on a level like we've never done so before? I think the credit union industry, to its credit, is great at collaboration. To its detriment, we're great at collaboration. We tend to love to talk and get together, but we need to be able to come up and agree on solutions, and we need to do so quickly. And I think we need to really kind of look at reinventing how the industry collaborates so that we can bring the power of the industry to these big partnerships, because even the largest credit unions in the country are still not large enough for some of these partnerships to do it on their own. And I think, lastly, are we willing to really prioritize fintech partnerships? Because I think it's, through the technology that will really be critical to empowering credit unions, to allow us to stay relevant, to deliver the experience to our members that are expected, and to be really a major player in this world of embedded finance that, again, I think has the potential to disintermediate traditional financial institutions in a way that will kind of dwarf what some of the direct-to-consumer fintechs have done. So with that, I want to know what our panelists think. And so, Alyssa, I'll let you go next and introduce yourself, and we'd love to hear if you think we're have a bright future ahead, or if Rip Van Winkle should go back to sleep in the year 2030.
Good morning. So 2030, looking back, I would argue that embedded finance is actually the natural evolution of financial services that reach customers who haven't really been reached very well by the system, by the financial system. And if Vikas Raj were here, and I'm sorry he wasn't able to be here, Vikas and I we co-teach a class at Johns Hopkins on financial inclusion and inclusive fintech. And I know Vikas would argue that it's not so much a financial service embedded into another offering, but it's having a financial service that is a frictionless tool that allows someone to really maximize the economic value of the good or the service that they're trying to have. And so if we step back, what credit unions should be looking at globally, and that's my focus, is how do we create frictionless opportunities using platforms and data and this latest technology that is truly a natural evolution of financial services in a way that allows us to reach customers that we haven't really been reaching. So that's my first point. My second point would be, consider this. We just got the statistics in through the World Council's annual statistical survey that we put out every year. And 404 million people are reached through credit unions around the world, roughly 100 countries. That's a value of roughly $3.6 trillion. That's 60% of those customers in developing countries and emerging markets. And yet, if you look at the estimated SME credit finance gap globally, that's roughly $4.5 trillion of a gap in credit financing for small business that still exists. So even if we doubled the asset base of credit unions globally, we're not reaching the number of small business owners that get consumer financing maybe. Banks don't really go down there. You've got some platforms that are doing it, but don't really have a balance sheet to do that on a big scale. So why aren't we serving and identifying markets where we can grow? That would be my second point. I come from a family of, a large extended family in South Carolina, every single one of whom is a small business owner, an entrepreneur, working class, that have never had a loan from any financial services provider for their business. Why is that? Why is banking still so difficult? And why is there a lot of friction? So when I look ahead, my third point would be, we have to really look at what is embedded finance offering. And that is the ability to reach people who haven't really been able to make money work for them. And that's what credit unions should be doing. So if I look at 2030 and I look at the US credit union industry, I don't want to see that shrinking. I want to see that growing, like what we see in Brazil and Philippines, for example. They each added over 2 million customers last year alone. And so they're reaching young people. They're looking at small business owners. They're looking at, if we turn it inward, the immigrant population, small business in the US that are growing segments. So we can't ignore, even with the competitive threats that I think are going to play out with the big players you just mentioned, what happens with fintechs that will continue to innovate, some of the regulators that are still watching what's going to happen, some of the latest incidents like Synapse, if you've read Synapse and Evolve Bank, that's sent some shutters through the fintech investment world, which Vikas also shared with me. I think that's ultimately where we have an edge. We have balance sheets, we have regulations, we have an ability to partner, I agree, but we have to not be stuck in the same kinds of products and customers we've been serving for the last decades. We have to look at where the growth opportunities and then use the tools now available through technology to be able to reach them. And so in 2030, I think hopefully we'll see the US credit union industry still leading. And if not, it'll be following. Because I think that's what we're doing at World Council through how do we create engagement for the US to learn from other countries. That's why through the Worldwide Foundation, we offer global bridges as an engagement opportunity to share lessons and learn from what other country credit union systems are doing and why they're growing and we're not. And so I really think there's an opportunity to keep learning and keep having this conversation. But it is ultimately what is the right question, and I think that's how are we creating tools that allow people to have a better suite of financial products that work for them.
Great, thanks, Alyssa. Ron, your thoughts on embedded finance?
Yeah, great. I'll be honest. When I walked up those stairs, I was very much happily ever after. After Brian and Alyssa's comments, I'm actually even more happily ever after, to tell you the truth. And I'll tell you why. Because let's go to Brian's comments first. He's outlined a lot of issues that are out there. So these are known issues. In fact, I'll make your scenario even worse. Who here thinks that they will be keeping their doors open in their credit union in 2030 by continuing to make car loans to people with 750 FICO scores? Raise your hand. I can make a pretty strong case that right now car ownership is at its peak. I don't think people are even going to own cars 7 years from now. There'll be a significant number of people that don't own cars. That changes a lot of things. It changes a lot of things for credit unions. But the one thing we do really well within ourselves is represented right here. We collaborate. Everything that Brian's talked about is known, and we can tackle it. I believe we'll survive it. I know we'll survive it, but it doesn't matter if only one person believes that, right? We all have to believe that we can go forward and we have to make these changes, right? We all have the same goals, but we still continue to just work at half measures in so much of what we do. Someone told me that I worked for a long, long time ago said, 95% of what we did last year, we're going to do next year. That's no longer the case. That's a recipe to continue to shrink and shrink and shrink, and then, all of a sudden you're part of a credit union that's over 10 billion. But I think that knowing these things is helpful, right? Knowledge is power. And there's ways to tackle every single thing that Brian talked about. World Council does a fantastic job of bringing these things forward. I know because my board goes to Europe every other year to attend the entire thing, and they bring back a lot of information for me. But there's a growing market there too, right? And we don't have to increase our field of membership to the Philippines to take advantage of it. We can make investments in companies and in financial technologies that are generating revenues that we can participate in that are doing this over there. That are becoming very, very much collaborative kind of on a global basis. So if we want to do this and it becomes important, it's going to get done. There's nothing that hasn't been important to the credit industry that has not gotten done. Our own journey with respect to embedded finance, like a lot of credit unions, came about in looking at the opportunities that are out there in financial technology. I used to kid that the credit union industry was run by, 5 or 6 oligarchs, and then we had these kind of non-collective voices, and whatever product came up, we went ahead and went with it. Well, now we have an opportunity to invest in those and actually shape these. I actually sit on the investment committee for the Circle Fund, and one thing, the biggest advantage of being part of the Circle Fund isn't the fact that you're going to get this great return on your money, but you're going to catch companies when they're early on in their development, and they're going to give a presentation to 100 credit unions, and they're going to say, what does this have to look like for you? They're not going to come to you after it's been developed by somebody large out there and say, hey, you can pick between these 3 models, but we can't really tweak it. And if you want anything else done on it, we'll put it on the roadmap, and you'll come back in 5 years and say, what about, text messaging? Well, it's still on the roadmap. You get to do this because you're in the boardroom in many of the cases here. You have the opportunity to do this. So we have an expanding market opportunity. We have known problems that are out there that are probably even worse than that, right? But if we take a solution-based approach to this, we can actually thrive during this time when others don't thrive during this time. And you don't have to, so much about technology, which is really what's going to drive our success here, is about, it becomes so impersonal, or my members, they just want to talk to a live person. Your members don't even know if they're talking to a bot most of the time, if they're talking to a bot. You're going to call some company, you don't even know it. And the technology is so good that it's designed to solve that problem. So you have opportunities to do this and get engaged. And we think about the markets right now. I saw the Grimm hands go up when, the economy's kind of tough right now. There's a lot of things kind of working against us. But we're a pretty insular group here, and credit unions are healthy. Credit unions are thriving. Credit unions have the wherewithal and the capital to be very, very successful if we deploy it efficiently. And it's not so much optimistic that we can, but I work on a regular basis as president of our CUSO that does a lot of fintech investing. I work on a regular basis with other like-minded CUSOs that are out there. These things are already happening right now. It's not like we're going to, now we're going to start making investments in companies and we're going to stub our toe. We've already stubbed our toes so many times, and we'll continue to do that. But you get up and you just keep going forward, and I just can't follow the string that we're not going to be successful. I'm certainly willing to listen, though, because that's how we get to the root of problems and we continue to solve them. Thanks.
Ron, appreciate the enthusiasm and the energy and the wisdom here. A lot of great advice to the audience. We'll close with George. So George is with AWS. George is our entry point into building the partnership with Amazon for credit unions. So I think we can check that one. We've got that one underway. But George, why don't you share your thoughts?
Sure. So good morning, and thank you, Sue, for the opportunity to speak again. I'm going to do what Sue likes me to do. Ron, I'm going to push on something you said a little bit. As a technologist, 2030 is grim if we focus only too much on the technology, right? Like, when you mentioned folks don't even know if they're talking to a bot or not, right? So I think that is really what we need to focus. Who's going to own that relationship, right? It is, at the end of the day, I'm a technologist at heart, but who's going to own that relationship? Is it the third party that's embedding these financial services? Is it the credit union? And it's like, that's where we got to keep our eye on the ball. There is, I love the Grimm Fairy Tale. I think that myths and stories are very powerful tools that have been around for thousands of years, for as long as humans have been around. And this is like a hero's journey. I believe there is a happily ever after, but let's not forget that you don't get there without the grim part of it, right? You have to go through that trial and error. And that's where we are now. Credit unions, I feel, are trying to find their place, are trying to find their identity. Young people out there share the same values that credit unions do, right? They're connected. They don't want to work with an organization that doesn't represent their values. What they don't understand is that message of what credit unions represent isn't getting to them. And so they're getting caught up. Amber and I have talked a lot about this. They get caught up in the features. Can I, send a payment to Brian in 2 seconds? They get caught up in the features and lose sight of that because nobody's managing that relationship. And so I want to tie it back to the Rip Van Winkle story. At the end of the day, it's about relevance. Rip Van Winkle was lazy. He went into the woods, ran into a couple of fellas, drank some, moonshine. Powerful moonshine. He knocks out for 20 years. Comes back and he's irrelevant. Everything, his wife passed away, everything's changed. He's irrelevant. And so the question is, the moral of the story there is, are credit unions going to go and, get some moonshine, or are we going to get in there and push back on the technology? Again, I am a technologist all the way, but technology is there to assist us as humans, not the other way around. I want that relationship. We should have options to get in there. And what we do is, Amazon has a working backwards process where we start where the outcome is and we work our way backwards. And then it's at the very end that informs what the technology is that's going to solve that. So I think that we can't be shy. We're hearing a day before Money 2020 starts, credit unions over the last couple of years are becoming more and more understanding that they have to partner with these fintechs. Fintechs have the technology, but credit unions have the relationships. And that is the key message here. Let's not become irrelevant. Let's not drink the moonshine. Let's push back. And you know what? It's going to be hard. We're going to argue. We're going to push back. There's going to be a lot of tension, but tension creates, some of the best products you've seen out there.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't see a hard pushback there, but I agree with what you're saying from that standpoint as far as who owns the relationship, right? And I'm not saying blindly we're going to get there and it's going to be, nothing goes from here to here. It's going to be ups and downs and all that, right? I mean, one of my favorite movies is Rocky, and everyone loves a feel-good story about Rocky and how well Rocky still lost the fight. Okay? It wasn't until Rocky 2 he actually won. Yep. There's still work to do, and you have to work hard, and you got to change the way you work and change the way you think and find out what really is important to you. And then, like you said, utilize that technology, but don't just farm it out. That's the point, is when you're in the boardroom and you're shaping a product, I think that is the ownership piece of it, right? But again, it's just breaking down kind of the old ways that we think and kind of embracing newer ways. And I just feel like we're going to get there.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think this is a great time to be in technology. We're doing a lot of work in a lot of areas. The credit union space is incredibly talented. There's some really creative folks that I've been working with, really hard thinkers, but it's the value system. It's the value system that credit unions bring to the table that you don't see in too many spaces, right? Everybody gets caught up with can we be the first? Can we be the biggest? Can we be the fastest? But it's those relationships. So I would say, the relevance of credit unions, I believe, and this is where my happily ever after, I do think that there's going to be a renaissance for credit unions. I think that we're seeing now a lot of acquisitions and so on, but I think that in 10 years' time, we're going to start seeing new credit unions come about. I think that what's going to usher that is the level playing field that the technology, once the technology is normalized, we're going to be back to square one, and there's going to be a lot of interest in forming credit unions that represent niche groups like they did, 70, 80 years ago.
Well, great advice. I want to thank Alyssa, Ron, and George for joining the panel here today. And to the audience, I really strongly encourage you to go back home next week when you get your sleep recovery from being in Vegas for however long you're here. But have this discussion, and it can't be just something that's a slide or two during annual strategic planning. Like, we really, as an industry, need to have this be one of the top priorities of how we're going to make this transition so that we're viable and strong in the year 2030. So with that, thank you so much. We'll turn things back over to Zach.
Yeah, and thank you very much. And we're going to keep things moving. So right now, if you have questions for the panel, come see them out at our networking session here at the end, and we can connect you with them too, and they can give you more. So we're going to keep it on moving, and thank you, panel, so much for joining us. Please go this way. We've got gifts for you over there. Perfect. And then, all right. So next we've got a very, very special group for you. We are blessed to be able to have a partner like SCE, Federal Credit Union, bring in this group. So do you really want to know what the future generation sees in money and credit unions? Well, fortunate for you, you don't have to wait too long. So we're going to welcome to the stage our very own local UNLV Running Rebels, along with Lenny Vallone from SCE, Federal Credit Union. And then we've got students Simeon Terziv, Noah Anderson, Kyle Kelly, and Jose Hernandez, all finance majors at UNLV. Come on up. Let's go.
Right, good morning. Still morning? Still afternoon now. Afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I like to stand, so I'll sit down in a second. But I just wanted to thank Sue for the opportunity to be here today and to have this panel. We really value our partnership, and this is just a great opportunity to be here and to have these students here with us. And so, you know, when I think about 20 years ago, I was in a room just like this, and I was doing some advertising for Pepperdine University Graduate School of Business and Management. And they had a presidential and key executive MBA program, which was really cool because they brought all the C-levels together, and these executives were different industries, and they got to collaborate, and they got to talk about trials and tribulations and successes and failures. And that MBA, I think 20 years ago, cost like $125,000. So I don't know what it costs today. But how great is it to be a part of this industry where we're all collaborating, we're here in this room together, all these leaders, and thank you to Sue and to MSNA and everything that you guys do, because this is a fantastic opportunity every year. So don't get any ideas about raising that price. I'm kidding. But as we think about our past, right, we think about the last 20 years. You look back before you think forward, and you think, 20 years ago there was double the amount of credit unions. And today, there's about 5,000, if that, I think a little less. And then you think about 10 years from now, and where do we go? We're talking about all these things that could potentially happen. If we don't do things differently, if we don't think about what we can do differently, we're never going to be able to grow. I mean, there's these big banks and big fintechs out there that are spending 10, 20, 50, $100 million in advertising. Aspirations Bank in 2021 went from 1.5 million customers to 5 million customers, and they spent $149 million. How did they get to 1.5 million? How did they get to 1.5 million customers? The year prior, they spent $250 million. So do you think we can just pool all of our assets together? How much are we all spending together in media advertising to get the reach out there, right? It's crazy to think about that. I'm dead before we spend $150 million in our organization, right? We only have such a little bit. So we got to think about how we can do this differently. And really it's, are there strategic partnerships out there that we can make? Are there non-traditional partners out there that we can make that people aren't thinking about? Are there experiences and activations at the grassroots level that we can do where we can connect with people, right? That's what we do. We connect with people at that level. So we got to think about all of that when we're moving forward. And we got to think about, even mentioned it in the last panel, connecting with social influencers. That's a big deal. People today get all their information from social influencers. Younger people think that they're their friends. My wife is on there and looking at stuff, and I'm like, these aren't your friends. She goes, I know, but I follow them all the time, and I love all the stuff they're saying. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. But it's really a big deal out there. That's where we're getting all the information. And we really have to talk to our future leaders, right? That's really imperative to us, especially when we're building products and services and programs for them. So we're excited to be here today with students from UNLV, Running Rebels. I want to thank them. I want to thank Professor Hopwood. He wasn't able to be here today, but he helped us put this panel together. And Simon, Noah, Kyle, Colette, and Jose, thank you for being here. They're tonight. What do you have tonight? Homecoming is tonight, and they're still here today. So thank you for being here. We'll try to get you out of here. Running Rebels homecoming tonight, so good luck for that. So, how did Hopwood get you here today?
So initially, I'm in one of his commercial banking seminars, and he just mentioned to our class, and then we started spreading the information a little bit through our finance club and a couple of other avenues. But yeah, we all took the chance to come here today, and really appreciate the invite.
Awesome. Thank you for coming, guys. And I think he also said that you guys were going to get a little bit of a cash bonus for you. So this is a little bit of spending money for you. There you go. And in there as well, there are some promo cards, some vouchers to open an account with us if you don't already. I think some people are already account holders with us as well. But it's really imperative that you guys do belong to a credit union in the future. And I know you guys are all finance majors and they're all looking at different organizations to be a part of. But when you join our credit union, not only are we looking out for your financial well-being and for your interests and your money is safe, but you're also joining an organization that's on a mission to end the cycle of generational poverty through financial empowerment. And that's why you should belong to our credit union. We're not looking out for shareholders. We're looking out for our members. We're looking out for their best interests. We're trying to make an impact in the communities we serve. And that's the biggest point in differentiation. So I hope you guys do take advantage of that. So thank you for being here. So let's get to it. We're going to ask these young generation some questions today. And I'm going to start with Simon. So Simon, here, let me put that up here for you. Thanks. So Simon, first question for you is, what does the future of your generation's financial well-being look like?
So first of all, good morning to everybody. I would love to open on behalf of my dear friends. Me personally, I've always had the attitude that the future is bright. And one of my opening statements, most remarkable statements that I want to make is that we're in America. And there really isn't anything for us to worry about. I hold the personal opinion that history is bound to repeat itself, and regardless of the economic turmoil that we're experiencing currently, we're going to end up being okay. So this is going to be my definitive answer of what the future looks like for us.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Simon. Noah, next question for you. How do I state this? This next question is really all about money and your relationship with money. If someone were to ask you what your relationship with money is, what would you say?
Overwhelmingly, I would say that my relationship with money is pretty positive. Obviously, studying finance, I feel like that helps being able to have that added amount of financial literacy and education of knowing about the financial services and products that are available is definitely a big part of that. I'm relatively risk averse, so I try to keep to saving and sticking to probably less risky financial instruments, but I find money fascinating, so I would say my relationship is pretty healthy.
Great, thank you, Noah. I think our relationship with money changes over time, right? When we're in our 20s and our 30s and our 40s, it all changes for all of us, so it's good to hear that. Kyle. Question for you, Kyle. There are a lot of fintech apps out there. There are a lot of other companies. You have so many choices today. There's SoFi, there's Chime, there's Webull, there's Robinhood. The list goes on and on. Are there certain apps that draw you in, and why?
Yeah, there are. And I mean, off the top of my head, there's Mint by Intuit, just personal finance tracker. Yeah, Robinhood's a good one. Acorns is a good one. And I mean, what they all have in common is just an easy integration with your life. It's easily accessible to just look through and, see right there all your finance stuff, right? So I think the key to it is just an easy user interface, something that's easy to look at, something that takes the stress out of finance, because it is stressful for a lot of people. So I think to mitigate that right off the bat is something that you can look at, and it immediately eases the stress of finance. And that's what I'm drawn to personally.
Easy, convenient.
Exactly.
Not hard to use.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go a little further in that, Colette, and let's ask, what is it that makes you want to be part of a brand? What makes you want to be part of a bank, a credit union? Is there something that draws you in there when you see a certain brand that you want to be a part of and the values that they portray? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I think that's actually a really good question. And I'm a finance major, so I think in terms of stocks and markets, of course. So for the most part, what I think is that there's value to consistency and also being able to build trust with your clientele. So for the most part, I see that every single day we kind of swindle between this thought process of whether or not we're going to do soft landing, hard landing in the economy. And obviously that will affect not only us as employees or employers, but also students looking for jobs and just looking into the future market of what we kind of hold and what we're looking forward to. And so for the most part, seeing what we can value and what we can trust in a company, as well as just individual employees and employers, really bring a lot of value to people in general. And so I think that is the biggest key player into getting people to really be invested into a credit union or any company in general.
Awesome. Thank you, Colette. That was great. Jose, last question.
Okay.
Okay. So what advice would you give to all of us about connecting with Generation Z, with your generation, with your age group? Any advice?
Man, that is a loaded question, and I have a loaded answer for you too. So I actually come here. I am an actual shareholder. I have an account with SCE Federal Credit Union. I've had it since high school, since they have a partnership with my high school. And I would just say, when it comes to credit unions and my generation has a couple of different traits, as each kind of market demographic has. One of these things is that we are a generation that has become, our generation looks for instant gratification. Our attention spans are way shorter than maybe some other generations. So we are looking for things to be done like this. So when it comes to some of these apps that we have for financial services, we like to have processes that are quick. They're quick, clean, easy to use. Sometimes, me personally, I don't like to go into a branch always to ask for a certain process to be carried out. I also really hate the bots on the customer service lines, which I think kind of goes back to our previous panel. I think that the future is going to be kind of a hybrid. I think our generation doesn't like the 100% technological age. I don't think we're looking for that type of future. A lot of things in pop culture are looking to enjoy things that happened in previous generations. We like the connections between people, the relationships. So I believe when it comes to our generation, we're looking at a hybrid. We like these quick processes. We like this technology, but we also like to have relationships and some of those things. Even when it comes to corporate responsibility, also diversity and inclusion, we like to know that we also believe in the values of the company that we're with. So like I said, that's a loaded question. There are a lot of different facets to that, and I would just say for you all as people that are in management for these credit unions, definitely take some time and talk to some people in my demographic. I feel like you'll find different things maybe that are a little bit different to maybe speculations that are being made by people that don't really talk to us. So that's what my answer would be for that.
That was a great answer.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I mean, and I think we know a little bit about that, right? We know that we need to make sure that our technology is up to par, that all of our members and prospects can go on there and have a fairly simple experience. And then that's just part level, right? As long as we can get that set and we can all do that properly, then all of a sudden, I love the time. I was just I just saw the clock. Sorry, interrupted, squirrel moment. But if we can all do that properly, then all of a sudden, our value proposition is what's going to draw in more prospects, right? That's what's going to allow us to keep growing, and that's what's going to allow us to be successful and not to be 62% down in credit unions and banks in another 10 years. It's what's going to allow us to flourish. So we got to make sure that that's how we move forward, and we got to make sure that we can continue talking to our future generations. So thank you all again for joining us today and taking the time. I know it's homecoming. Have a great day. Good luck, Rebels.
Go Rebels.
There you go. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Go over this way. We've got a gift for you. All right. Well, I mean, how many have been in a room where people are telling us what Gen Z thinks, and we just got it for real right here? Yes, we've heard the instant gratification all the time, but I love that they said they still want relationships. So it's not just about finding the tech, and they said they're sick of the bots. So we've got some things to think about, right? So thank you so much again, students, as they walk out. Again, I encourage you all in your markets. These are the people we should be talking to. So find them, bring them in, have the conversations. They're going to be able to help you move forward with Gen Z and what we're doing there. So now we are going to move into our next panel. And at the Underground, you all know we like to be a little controversial. And this is that time right now. It may seem hard to keep up with some of the tech pace, right? But there's a group out there that's running quickly, and they are super happy to fail 1,000 times to just succeed once. And it's the bad guys, right? So where are our blind spots, and how do we keep up with that? So we're going to bring up a great panel today to talk about that, the criminal underground. So let's welcome to the stage Stephen Bohannon from Alchemy, Raj Bandaru from Connective Federal Credit Union, Jen Anthony from ThinkStack, and John Badgents from our local Vegas West Star Credit Union. And unfortunately, Brandon Michaels was unable to join us today, but they're going to take it away with us. Let's go.
Got to reset the mood. Music can do that. Well, great. Thank you all for having us here today. My name is Stephen Bohannon. I work at Alchemy, the Chief Strategy and Product Officer. I'm here to lead this discussion today. We may, as we did last time, not do a full 5-minute speech, but maybe a 2-minute speech with some Q&A, and maybe I'll challenge you guys on a few things if you don't mind. I think starting, well, first of all, the instant gratification comment, I've got to respond to that. It's not just their generation that wants instant gratification. We all want instant gratification. The difference is older generations, we weren't able to have it, and so we normalized our expectations to it. But we all appreciate instant gratification. No one said, no, I want it to take longer for me to get what I want. Anyway, so sorry, it just hit me funny. Alchemy, for those of you who don't know, we're a digital banking platform company primarily. We have been doing this for about 14 years now, and I think digital banking is one that is a perfect example or analogy to the issue we're going to talk about today. You have in one instance something that can be used for so much good and benefit. At the same time, if misused, can be used to bring so much harm to your credit union as well, right? So it's so great that people can self-serve and they can get on and they can update all their own contact information and they can set up their own accounts and bill payments and P2P payments, and we don't even have to call us. They can just do all this, except when then someone gets their account taken over, and all those features are now available to the bad guy, right? So this is a perfect example of how technology meant for good is then also then turned and used for bad as well, right? And then what we're seeing now coming up next with obviously ChatGPT is what people know about just because that's the name, and that's fine. You can kind of latch onto that. But all of the machine learning and AI technology that's going to be used in many cases for good, but then also obviously for bad. How many of you know where the top trending Instagram models are now on Instagram? They're AIs. They're literally AIs. And trust me, if you go look, they don't look like AIs. Do you understand, like, the most popular woman on the internet right now is an AI that sells her time for $1 a minute for companionship for men because it's so real, okay? You don't think that technology is going to be used to try to outwit you and your members out of your finances? It will be. So I want one quick question before how many of you know what deep fake technology is? You know what it is. How many of you don't know what it is, really? You've heard it? Okay, that's fine. Look it up. You're going to want to know it. In fact, you're probably going to want to create training sessions in your credit unions for your branch staff and your call center staff on what it is and how it can be used. So anyway, I'm going to make that real scary, Zach, because you right along with the music there. Beware. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it off to Raj here. We're going to go down the line, and then maybe throughout, I may at times interrupt you or challenge you on something, or just say amen, brother, or something. But yeah, Raj, so obviously whether you want to respond to what I just said or you've got some of your own stuff, like what are your thoughts about kind of the criminal underground enterprise and how they're leveraging technology to turn something meant for good into something for bad?
Sure. Thanks, Steve. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. So this topic is near and dear to me, right? So it's a daily conversation in my household. You know, my wife runs enterprise fraud at one of the biggest banks in the country. And me, with my technology and cybersecurity background, makes it for interesting conversations at home, right? Sometimes we kid around that we could make more money being fraudsters than, doing our day jobs. But again, I'm kidding around, but anyway, so having said that, I'm on the grim side for today. But we have to get to the happy side of the equation. But that'll take a lot of work. So some of the trends, Steve kind of touched on it, right? What's the cause for concern? As a credit union, we use a lot of partnerships with vendors and technologies, right? We cannot develop all of that ourselves. Impossible, from a time to market standpoint, with products and services. So guess what? We rely on our third parties. But all the third parties have a different risk profile, which means the credit unions need to have skin in the game on how do you mitigate risk. That's an emerging concept. Now let's think about AI. Steve just talked about it, whether it's deep fakes or whether it's generative AI, with social engineering or mimicking your voice, mimicking videos and all of that. So that bypasses a lot of biometric authentications as well in your call centers. And then let's look at all your encryption algorithms that you have in the market, with 128, 256-bit encryptions, your TLS 1.2s and 3s. Guess what? With emerging quantum compute, I can crack all of that in less than an hour. All your encryption keys, right? Your username, passwords, and your multi-factor authentication, spoofing your phone numbers. There's so much we can do today with the technology existing where the fraudsters have an upper hand, right? Okay, having said that.
When you say, why do they have an upper hand? I mean, this technology is available to us too. I mean, why can't I use quantum computing to protect myself?
Well, I mean, okay, quantum computing is not there, general available yet, but still, it's coming. Yes, we have the same technology, and that's where I made the comment. We need to have a skin in the game. We need to understand what the fraudsters are doing, right? We need to get in front of that. But again, that's where the skill comes in, and that's where some of the things that I want to talk about is how do you get in front of it is even an organizational construct within the credit unions, it's not conducive to get ahead. I'll give you an example. To get ahead of fraud, the cybersecurity side and the fraud side are coming together. The data side is coming together. The IT side, they're all coming together. But look at your own organizations. I'm sure they're all segregated departments that probably don't talk to each other, right? One hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing. I bet you. That's most organizations, right? For us to get in front of it, you need to bring IT together, fraud together, operations, retail, everything together. How do we do that? Probably depends organization to organization. And then let's not forget the data element. And then how do you use the technology that the bad guys are using? How do you use it for the good, right? So that's where we need to get to. So there's an organizational component that's missing.
No, good. What's interesting, I told my wife this the other day. I said, if I had no morals and I was going to start, take morality out of it, and I was just going to start a business that I thought would be the most profitable business over the next 10 years, it would be a business leveraging AI to snooker. I'm going to use the snooker word out there. Snooker, steal funds from individuals and financial institutions because the technology that is now available really, when you think about everything that we use to identify people, prove they are who they say they are, all those kind of things, all of that can be faked. 2024 is the year that audio, video, and photographic evidence is no longer trustable. I'm going to give you all a site to go to right now, heygen.com, HEYGEN.com. You can use it for fun. You can create any avatar you want. You can upload a clip of yourself speaking for 10 or 15. All you need is 3 seconds of your voice. AI will replicate the rest of it in any conversation. You can change it to any language you want. It will actually redo your lips to where it looks like you are speaking that language. And it's fun right now, and it takes about 5 minutes for the video to process, but that's going to come down to seconds. And it's going to be used in interaction in these chat bots and different things to where people are like, I could have sworn I got on a video chat with them. It was them. They told me their information, and No, it wasn't. It was an AI you were talking to. I'm just telling you, go to Hey Jen, you play with it. It's fun to play with on your own. Just think about how the bad guy chooses. All right.
Yep.
Jen, I'm moving to you now.
I feel like Steve just sent you all to his side hustle.
No, it's not my site. No, it's not my site. But it's a site that's used a lot for TikTok videos, and so I'm familiar with it.
Hi,
Jen, you're up.
everyone.
You're
I'm
up.
Jen. Listen, we need to start here. I'm new to this family, okay? But you also need to know that my number one core value is service to others. I spent 20 years in the United States Air Force taking the fight to China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, offensive and defensive cyber operations. I went to the medical pillar. I spent some time in nonprofit, and then I made a really intentional decision to work with some really amazing, smart people who are serving credit unions. I came to this industry intentionally. I believe in what you're doing. But team, we got some work to do, okay? I've been with y'all 7 months. In the last 7 months, I've walked with 6 credit unions through a cyber incident. You are not ready to respond to a breach or an incident. Let me give you some background. In all 6 cases, and they vary from very small consequence to $280,000 being wired out of the credit union to a fraudulent account. I think some of you that lead a credit union might stand up here and say, Jen, that would never happen at my credit union. I would tell you 4 months ago, the CEO that runs that credit union would have told you the same thing. In all 6 instances, the credit union was put at a disadvantage because the staff at the credit union opened the door to the bad guy. In all 6 cases. Teammates, here's something I want you to know. Behind software as a service and webmail users, you are the 2nd highest targeted industry for phishing attempts. Number 2, the bad guys are looking to get in your gate. And so, I know you want to go fast, and I got 4 more pages.
No,
but I'm going to be here for 2 days. I'm going to be here with you all for 2 days. What I would say to you, credit union leaders, we have things to solve in both the technology piece and the people piece. I would submit to you that those are not independent. They are absolutely intertwined. Compliance is not security of your credit union. And it is going to take every single team member on your staff to get ahead of this.
Yeah, Jen, I want to just say something in support of what you said. So there's a lot of attention and noise that gets around credential stuffing. People talk about credential stuffing, right? Because for basically $15 for 30 minutes, you can get cloud compute and you can point millions of usernames and passwords at a site and go for it. We used to see it once every quarter with some of our largest clients. This is years ago. Now today, we are hit 24/7 all the time. Obviously adjusting the bots, all these different things. But what we really found over all those is it doesn't really work. There's hardly anything that we tracked back to where someone had their account taken over from a credential stuffing attack. It's just noise. It really just creates a lot of noise. But what you just said is exactly where we see it. It's social engineering and faking out the employees of the credit union where they approve something, they change someone's email address, which happens to be their MFA number, all those types, that is actually where it happens, not with like bombarding it with credential stuffing. So you're right on that.
Yeah, so the human element, they're the weakest element in this chain, right? But to your point, credential stuffing is just the entry point. If a credential stuffing is successful, then they have to get to social engineering to get the rest of it. Right. Right? So they all go hand in hand, kind of.
Keep it going, Jen. What else? What did you have? What's on page 2?
So let's split the people in technology into 2 things. Let me talk to you about your folks. We technologists, man, we're real smart, and we like to bedazzle you with all the words that we use. All our smart words, right? In your credit unions, I think you're struggling hiring staff that can help you. And I think that the root of that struggle is deep. And so I don't have an easy fix for you. But what I would submit to you is this. I'll give you a case study. I was meeting with a CEO of a fairly large credit union 2 weeks ago. And he said to me 3 times, very directly, I hate CIOs. Well, and I felt defensive immediately. I'm a former CIO. Like, how do I talk to this guy, right? What I learned in conversation through him, and this is what I see, this is my observation after joining this family, you know, new member to the family, is that there is a very clear divide between credit union leadership and the technologists that are in your credit union or working with your credit union. I'm going to tell my technology folks in here, like, we own some of this. We don't get to ones and zeros and say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. We have, as technology leaders, a really incumbent role in learning the business. And I need to be able to articulate to the leaders of my credit union why or why not we should go there. And I should be able to do that in a way that aligns with their business objectives, not just because China.
Yeah, that's right. And that's good. And it's kind of what Roger's talking about, is like bringing all that together. You can't have people that are generalist having their practice without understanding, you know, what the business of the financial institution is. So I'm going to move to John in a second. First of all, thank you for your service, by the way. My youngest daughter actually just recently joined the Air Force, and she's actually in the cybersecurity group. And so I tell her, I said, what's the hardest part? She goes, Dad, the hardest part is when some major or colonel plugs some unauthorized USB device into his computer, then I have to call him and tell him he doesn't have access until he completes the remedial cybersecurity training. And he's trying to give me orders. I'm saying, sorry, sir, those are the rules. And so
I love her. I love her already.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. John, good to see you. What you can riff off of this or go straight from whole cloth?
We're going to do a little of both. Jen had some really great points, primarily between the leadership and the staff that's more knowledgeable. Steve Jobs had the quote, don't hire smart people and tell them what to do. Hire smart people and let them tell you what to do. That's absolutely my mindset, but those conversations have to happen. You have to be able to have a trusting relationship where you can have difficult conversations and know where you're missing it. I'm sure that I'm in a unique situation because I know all the other credit unions in the room. You know, credit unions, we pay really well. We're top of market. There's no other industry we could make more money, right? Oh, maybe I'm not the only one. So all of that.
Yeah, we need to look at what you're getting paid, John. Is there something off here?
So to your question, why someone with the technical skills like Jen or Raj choose to be on the good side? They have a better moral compass than I do. The reason I don't do it is I'm not smart enough. I don't have the technical skills. But every time we improve the mousetrap, they get smarter. We talked about social engineering and weakest link there. So I'm at West Star Credit Union. Our primary seg group is the gaming industry in Nevada. I'm not going to say any names, but people may have heard about a gaming institution that had a relatively decent sized cyber event a month ago.
2 of them.
And the primary reason for the major advertised one, social engineering.
Yep.
Found a name on LinkedIn,
Yep.
made a phone call, and had full access in 5 minutes.
One of the keys on that, though, was that, and I don't know if more's come out since then, but one of the keys was this particular group were native English speakers.
Right.
And so when you're calling the IT help desk, need them to reset your password, but you sound like, hey, man, you know, do me a favor, you know, whatever, and you're not coming with some broken English, you know, obviously
Right.
not foreign speaker. And that's where I thought, you know, with the AI stuff, they will be able to replicate native English speakers very easily. It's one of the things that's held them back in the past. Sorry, keep going.
No, great point. Well, and one thing that you mentioned with the AI before, I'm sitting here making mental notes. I think we're about to go a whole different direction with our business development team. If we can pay $1 and get, you know, one of these TikTok models to, anyway, business development mindset there. But no, but it's, you know, the weakest point, right? We're only as strong as our weakest link. And as an industry, we are not known for being tech first or tech driven or tech savvy. We're talking about, you know, ways to appeal to younger people, to be more convenient, but are we putting the cyber
safeguards in place? Are we able to keep up? So I'm on the industry side now. Prior to this, I was with NCUA, National Credit Union Administration. Yay. Absolutely loved my time at NCUA. But one thing I will say is one of the biggest things that scares me is we always have excuses. Smaller credit unions. Well, we're not big. We don't have the resources. We don't have that in-house, but we still have the same products and services. We still have the same exposure. Now we can leverage partnerships and leverage relationships. Larger credit unions. Yeah, we have some stuff in-house, but we still don't have what the big boys have. We don't have what the banks have. We don't have, the criminals don't care. If anything, they care that we don't have it.
You're exactly, and that's what we've seen is that, again, it used to be we'd have a few of our 10 billion plus customers that we get here and there. We're seeing it all the way down to $500 million credit unions now getting hit with attacks. It's just because it's so cheap to rent cloud space and to rent compute and to be able to turn it. You know, you don't have to spend a lot. No. But I would say that it's the excuse is ultimately they haven't felt enough pain yet. Because generally the massive hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars of fraud events is hitting the really large guys. So that's why they put a lot of money to it. And they're going, kind of nobody's really attacking us, you know? So it's like, you know, why do we need to spend a lot on it? But I'm just saying it's coming because it's so much cheaper for the criminals to go downstream now.
I think we should pull that apart since we're hanging out up here.
Do it.
On average, if you are a business in the United States that has less than 500 employees, you're going to spend $3.1 million recovering from an incident. Yep. I would submit to you, just because of the familial relationships in the credit union industry that I love. When I got back from my first credit union event, my boss who's in the back was like, "How'd it go, Jen?" And I was like, "I loved it. It was like a family reunion." But the problem is that because you all are so intertwined, if one credit union takes a hit, the impact to your reputation across the board is impacted. And I think that's something we don't spend enough. I would offer, stop spending your time in the, you know, I don't think it's going to happen to me, accept that it will, and get to the other side of that. And then what you can do is posture yourself. These are where you're spending 17% of your budget, by the way, on respond and recover. 17% of your technology budget's in this bucket. If you assume attack, you assume they're going to get you, then what you can start doing is planning right now for responding to when that day comes.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that. I thought one of the things that's interesting, whenever you have we have this thing of security. It's the seesaw of security versus user experience, right? Because it's a higher friction is less user experience. I thought you were going to go with that. The credit union culture is one it's kind of a high trust culture. We care about our members. We want to serve them. You are more susceptible to being taken advantage of because of that. You're training your people. Hey, these are our members. You know, treat them kind when they call in. You call a big box bank. Yep. They treat you like you're a fraudster from the moment they talk to you. Yeah. Sorry, who are you? I need this number. I need this. What's your last 5 transactions? And they just deadpan, man. And you're like, golly, you're treating me like a criminal. That's their default stance when you call in. Credit union's like, be nice. Oh, that's okay. They can't remember that. You know, work with them. You know, so you really got to be really careful on this, and you're going to have to really try to thread this needle here. Sorry. So we've got. Oh yeah, you're going to say something. Then we're going to take a couple questions. Go.
Yeah. To that point, right? So we talked about all the threat vectors out there. We have to get to that zero trust model across the board, all the way from relationship to technology, zero trust, right?
But you have to wrap it with a smile.
With a smile, absolutely. You got to spray perfume.
I don't
right?
trust you.
Yeah.
It's just smile while you say it.
But the other thing that we have to talk as an industry, right? So when I go to Southeast Asia, transactions are a lot more secure and safe. You know why? A lot of them are biometric driven. 100% biometric driven, fraud rates, cyber events are extremely low. The reason why Southeast Asia is able to get away with it is single central networks for all payment settlements. Look at what we have in the US. Structurally, you have a gazillion networks that don't talk to each other.
We have choice, Raj.
We have choice, right? One network doesn't talk to the other network. One security protocol is different from another security protocol. MasterCard, Visa, Star, God only knows how many co-op. We got a gazillion networks out there. No. Maybe there's no competition, but it's a single network. You can roll out controls a lot faster. You can roll out to billions of people controls a lot faster. You can react. We have a shortcoming in that area. So there's some broad structural change that needs to happen for us to get in front of it, in addition to everything else we've talked about.
So I'm gonna, we got a minute left basically, so I'm gonna come down the panel starting with John. What's kind of one leave behind that you want with the group for them to think and take away from this that is related to kind of this technology and the negative use and fraudsters? What's your leave behind?
I'm going to steal from Jen.
Okay.
It's not if it happens, it's when.
Yeah.
It's never an issue until it is. So prepare for the worst.
If they think that it's not happened, it will happen.
He said prepare for the worst. I think he's voting with the black band later. All right, Jen, what do you think? What's your one?
Here, I'm going to give you one interview question to ask the technologist you're hiring in your credit union. Here's the question. What is something you don't know about, and what's your plan in the next 90 days to learn?
Good one. Raj?
Security first approach for everything you do in the credit union.
I agree with all of you all on those. We recently had a customer who had a fraudster spin up 40 replica spoof sites in a single day, accompanied with the email and email phishing and submission attempts. That probably cost that fraudster $100 to do that. You don't think they'll go after someone that's small just because? I mean, it's just so cheap. So I would say that the technology, the joust and the parry of the technology will continue to stay on it. But I think that the blind spot that we have, as you talk about blind spots, is that I would bet that most credit unions do not really educate their staff on this type of stuff. They don't educate them on what exactly, they may watch some videos and things like that. They don't educate them on AI and the way it can be used to try to rip them off and how deepfake can be used to rip them off. And so I think that that's something that's a real blind spot. And I think it's incumbent upon, when you talk about that security first mindset, it goes right along with that. Turn your entire staff into people that have a really working knowledge of cybersecurity principles. And that's something that generally, because it's high turnover and it's a lot of thing to invest in, you're going to have to do it, or it's just going to, or you just do it after you lose all the money, and then you'll do it then, right? It's better to do it ahead of time and then wonder if you would have ever got hit. All right, that's it, Zach. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Great job.
Thank you.
Wait. We do have some time for Q&A.
Oh, I thought that included questions.
Yes, no, we've gotten ourselves back on track. So we've got time for a couple questions. So anybody got something burning out there you want to ask the panel? Now's your time. Raise your hand. All right, we got one in the back. Ryan, you got your mic? Nimi? I got it. Right here.
Raj, you were talking about centralization of systems in Asia, but by definition, there's tons of credit unions. So you're kind of arguing for the centralization and kind of merging of all these credit unions. It's kind of antithetical from a structural point. So how do you kind of reconcile both of those points?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, you're right on, right? So, hey, we pride ourselves to be a capitalistic nation. Competition is everything, right? So you need choice. That's what we thrive on, right? So we have choice across the technology stack, and hence the reason why there is so much pervasive technology. Every credit union you go to, your technology stack is totally different, right? So, and that's where I made the comment, the risk profile for each of these technologies is going to be different. So that's where the credit unions need to have skin in the game to figure out, okay, how do I mitigate risk across my entire technology stack? And the people, let's not forget the people who are the weakest link as well. But what I was talking about are some broader regulated frameworks, right? The networks, the central bank networks. If every institution, I'm not saying the number of institutions needs to go down. No, we still need to have that competition. We still need to have the, the varying technologies. What I'm saying is some basic foundational elements, like we have highways and roads, right? We need a highway and road owned by the federal government so that everybody can use in a common framework. How about a common framework for fraud, reporting? Today, we file SARs and CTRs. God only knows what we file. Do we even know what happens to all that? Right?
Well, if we're waiting on the federal government to do it, we have to say till
exactly.
2050 or
Yeah,
something like that. I don't
exactly,
know.
right?
That's if they start
Yeah.
today.
So again, can't trust the government to make it happen, but there are some building blocks that need to be in place one way or the other.
Very good. Anybody else? Yes.
Thank you. We test for cybersecurity incidents all the time. And so the board, I'm on the board, chair or vice chair, who cares what I am. Should we be happy when we learn that there's just one incident during the testing? Or are we shooting for zero and keeping it at zero? Or is that the impossible dream?
I would, if I understand your question right, I think what you're asking is when you run this tabletop exercise, you're picking out one scenario. I think that's what you're required to do based on compliance in CUA, right? That's what we have to do. Here's what I would offer to you. Take the most junior member in your credit union and have him or her run that exercise for you. Let him or her make up the scenario. I would love for you all to do tabletop exercises and disaster recovery exercises more than annually. But I also recognize that you got to run your business, and that's not something that you can do all the time. Have your most junior member do it.
And were you at, maybe there's a little bit, I don't know if there, I'm assuming there was maybe a little bit of confusion or misunderstanding. It sounded like you were saying you run a test like an audit, and then you're saying if you only found one incident that happened, is that okay? Is that what you were referring to, or are you talking about the annual compliance exercises? I'm sorry, I just didn't know if there were.
So I have a
Well, very simply, we on the board we get results of the testing, and let's say we're really happy when there's only one failure, and I'm wondering, based upon what you're saying, is we should really be sad about that because you just need one to spend $3 million. And so my question really is, can you ever get to zero failures in a credit union? Or is that the impossible dream?
Sir, I would say to you that's not the goal. And if you're the board member, here's maybe a question you can ask. If we suffer an incident today and we are shutting down operations for 23 days, that's the average, how are we going to serve our members? That's the question to ask. How are we operationally and cyber resilient so that if that one vulnerability is taken advantage of and we can't use our standard systems in place to serve members, then what do we do? And what's that plan? And my good sir, I would submit if you have that plan, game on, bad guy. Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, so you'll never get away. The short answer is you'll never get away from vulnerabilities. You'll have something because your tech stack is constantly changing and evolving, right? And the behaviors are changing, everything's changing. So yeah, your cyber incident response plan becomes extremely critical. Despite all of the layers of security you have, you still need to assume you will get breached, something's gonna happen. How do you protect your member data? How do you, continue your business operations as fast as possible or recover from it as fast as possible?
All right. You ready, Zach? Is that enough? You've had enough of us?
We're good. Yes.
Ah.
I think everybody's scared now. So thank our panel, please. Perfect. All right. Well, now I'm going to ask you all. All right. Who thinks happily ever after? Okay. Who thinks Grimm after that one? Okay. There we go. The reality's starting to set in. Well, what an amazing panel. And again, they're going to be around, so go pick their brains during the networking session. Once we're done, they will be glad to talk more, I promise you. So now I am really excited about this one. We mentioned earlier, and we talk about this all the time at the Underground, about ideas into action. We can have these conversations, but nothing matters unless we do something about it. So we at the Underground gathered a group of thought leaders to put together a working group to discuss generative AI. and to ensure that credit union values are being integrated into what we're going to do as an industry. All right? It takes the diversity of thought with these people, with all of us, to ensure that we fight inherent and systemic bias that's already out there and put into place what we need to have for the future. We want to ensure that this tool supports our mission of people helping people. So I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Chad Ritchie, CIO from Ventura County Credit Union, to talk more about this initiative. Let's go.
Everyone. This next part wouldn't be possible without Sue's foresight. She looked ahead and saw generative AI and thought to get this group together. And her and George Estrada. George, are you still around? George, raise your hand. George is outside talking. They got together and found some industry leaders, and not just technologists, CXOs, CEOs, marketing people, to discuss generative AI and its impact on our industry and what we can do with this opportunity. But before I get into that, I want to take us back to 2007. In 2007, Steve Jobs walked up on a stage, held up a little black box, and said, "This is going to change everything." And we went, "Cool, that's awesome." None of us really understood what he meant by that at that time. We couldn't, right? A phone that you can carry around, that's great. Fast forward 16 years, and there are almost as many smartphones on the planet as there are people. It has transformed everything that we know. The way that we communicate with each other, the way that we do our business, everything has been transformed by this device. So, getting back to generative AI, it was in November of last year that OpenAI launched ChatGPT 3.5 to the world. Within 3 months, we had global adoption. 3 months. 16 years, we have almost as many smartphones as we have people. 3 months, we have everybody on the planet having some exposure to generative AI. It's an order of magnitude bigger than what Steve Jobs launched. This technology is significant. It's going to change everything in a way that we can't imagine. So, Sue had the foresight to get these folks together, and we formed a working group to talk about how this could impact our industry. And it's a fantastic group. If you're a part of the Generative AI work group, would you please stand up or raise your hand so you can be recognized? We have folks in the audience today that were part of this group. Thank you very much. Generative AI, I'm going to step back for just a second and talk about why this is such a pervasive technology. It generates, based on your prompts, whatever you want. Hey, please create content for my website so that I can talk about serving the underserved in my market. Hit return, 5 pages of content right there on your screen immediately. That's significant. Develop me some code so that I can have a new widget on my mobile app so I can transfer money. It will generate the code for you. This technology is so much unlike anything that we have ever seen before. So, to that end, this group got together and we put together a white paper that we're going to put out to the public, so I think in November. And the point of this white paper wasn't to prescribe a certain technology. It's not to talk about, do you want ChatGPT, or do you want Bard, or do you want Claude, or what does your tech stack need to look like? That wasn't the goal of this discussion. The goal of the discussion is we're all going to be forced to interact with this technology. And as the leaders of our organizations, what kind of questions do we ask when our staff come to us? How do we know how broad and deep this topic is? How do we have a framework for how to start the discussions around, can we use this? What's the risks? That's what this group focused on for several months. We had discussions after discussion about what we would want to put in this paper. And a couple of key things came out that I'm going to want to share with you today. But before I go into those specifics, we talked about everything from strategic implications to economic value to risk to governance to best practices. It's a 50-page document. It's comprehensive. It deals with a lot of things on how to have a conversation about generative AI and how it could take place. But I think the two most meaningful things that I took away, and I think the folks in the room who worked on the paper would probably agree, is the idea around culture and fear. The idea of culture is generative AI, every time you interact with it, it can give you a different answer to the same exact question. It's not like any technology we've ever seen before. In any other use case, if I have a piece of technology that does anything but what I specifically ask it to do, if it changes its answer, there's something wrong. I have to go and debug it. I have to figure out why it's doing this. Generative AI isn't like that. Every time you interact with it, it's going to get you a slightly different answer than you had the first time, slightly nuanced. Sometimes it can be wrong. It can hallucinate. How do we do that? How do we have a technology that is not always going to give you a consistent answer, potentially interacting with our members, with our staff? How do we know it's going to be effective? How do we know it's not going to do something that we don't approve of, that doesn't reflect our culture, our brand, our community? These were the kinds of things that we talked about in the working group. How do we train these models? Because they are trained. They're large language models. They're trained on huge data sets, and you can train these models on your culture, your ethics, your values. You can have it so that when they do interact with members, they're reflecting not just the credit union sense of community, but your specific brand. And how might you go about asking the right questions to make sure that when you do engage and decide to start testing generative AI, and it is potentially working with your members or working with your staff, that when it speaks, it's reflecting your brand, your value, your culture. Okay. What are some things that you can do around that? So that was a really interesting part of the working group. The other part of the working group, which I think was probably the most impactful, was this idea of fear. Am I going to lose my job to this technology? What's our staff going to say? Am I going to be replaced now that this thing can write all the website copy in 5 seconds? What happens to me? And it's an old saying that people are afraid of change. I don't believe that. I believe people are afraid of loss, and unclear change can potentially mean loss. So it's how we educate our staff on this technology. Technology is never going to replace a job. The thing that's going to replace a job is the people in this room, the stakeholders, the people who decide FTE next year. You're the ones that are going to say, yeah, we're going to let technology replace a job, or we're going to complement our staff. We're going to empower our staff. We're going to uplift our staff with this technology. It doesn't have to replace a job if we don't want it to. What it could do in terms of efficiency and attrition, because we do like the idea that this is a wonderful tool, it can help us be so efficient by helping. What we could do is look at, if you now have a 10% increase in FTE year over year, right? Maybe that drops down to 3%, because you're able to focus more on training your staff. You don't have to hire as deeply or as often as you've had in the past, because this technology will support you. Those were the kinds of things that we have been discussing with this white paper, and we're really excited for you all to read and give us your feedback. George Estrada would say we're in the middle of the hype cycle right now. I think he mentioned that earlier. And he's absolutely right. We are in the middle of the hype cycle, but this is going to become an operationalized piece of technology. We are going to use it. In 10, 20 years, we'll be using generative AI just like we're using our phones now. We won't even be thinking about it. It's how we make the decisions now on what we're going to do with it that's going to impact that future. So my call to you is read the white paper, give Sue your feedback. This is such an awesome thing that we were able to collect so many thought leaders from this industry to develop this thing. And if I know Sue, this is just the first step. She's going to going down this path. So with that, I will end on, do we think Grimm Fairy Tale for generative AI? Happily ever after? Hey, look at that. I love it. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, before you leave the stage, Kevin, if you'll walk this way for a second. One of the things that that he reinforced, that Chad reinforced, was the fact that this is going to happen quickly. And from our perspective, we want to have us thinking about it now, similar to what we should have done, if you will, with social media at some point, if we had that forethought. But the key thing is we're talking about the values built into the foundational models, right? We're not going to let our vendors create the foundational models without understanding credit union values. The cooperative system is too important for that. And before we move on, I'll get us a couple minutes here, but I wanted Kevin, he's part of the working group, and I just wanted you to add a comment, if you would, please.
Put me on the spot, so I would summarize the paper as this. The values are based on the members, mission, and margins. You like that? The membership and focusing on how they're going to get service going forward, I'm thinking we're going to have new products we've never even thought about. And I'm looking forward to that opportunity. The mission, credit unions were designed to serve those of modest means. Those of modest means don't typically have the assets that warrant one-on-one advice throughout their entire financial life. This technology provides something that they can put in their pocket to give them personalized, tailored advice based on their financial needs and current state and their goals. And then margins. Let's be really clear. The idea here in part is exactly what was mentioned, the ability to continue to scale up, absorb more work, and not have to add as many people to do so. That's going to be great for the bottom line, which allows you to invest back in the members and the mission. It's also going to be table stakes because our competition will be doing just that. Is that good enough? Yeah, member, mission, margins.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you, Chad, for taking the lead. Thank you again.
Thank you again. One more hand for both of them, please. I'll tell you what, it's been really interesting being somebody who is not a technologist in that working group and listening to the things they have to say. But it gives me hope that we're doing this the right way while we still have the time to do it the right way. So be on the lookout for that from the underground. We'll make sure you're all well aware. So big bad wolf time. You know what? It's time for something big data. Big tech, but where is our big collaboration? That old saying, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. That's how it works for credit unions. We can't forget that, right? We know we can't keep up right now with the big banks. We know that we don't have the marketing budget or the cybersecurity budget. Sorry, Jen. They're going to get there. We'll figure it out. But we've got to be able to work together. So we say we can't keep up, but we can stay focused on our principles and values. Collaboration is part of that. So do we have it in us to create something big that keeps us relevant? Our next panel is going to tell us a little bit about that. So let's welcome to the stage Amber Harson from Prodigy, Brian Hamilton from Origins, Jay Mossman from Akuvo, Denise Wymore from Zest AI, and Anshul Verma from Mambu. Let's go.
All right, here we go. First, to fellow she-wolf Denise. Okay, so we're here to talk about big data, big resources, and big collaboration. And I'm going to start this off a little bit with looking back towards our history. And for reference, I used AI to ask this question because I was really curious what was going to come back. And I put into the AI and asked, what's the last time credit unions were acknowledged for big collaboration making an industry change? I didn't exactly say it that eloquently when I first typed it in, but what came back to me was in 1975, we are known for creating the shared branching network. Then I asked, okay, what's the next one? And it said in 1981, the California Credit Unions and the California Credit Union League came together to create co-op. Shortly after that, it gave me the inter-network ATM network, also in the 80s. And then it skips ahead 18 years and talks about the CUMA law that was passed in 1998. And after that, nothing. It brought back nothing. So that was a little scary because I have been part of the credit union land since 1998. And I would say that that's not necessarily entirely true. But what that tells me is we've either done a terrible job getting out the word around that collaboration, or our collaboration has not been industry-wide. And now we're faced with new challenges. That was all before the digital revolution. The late 90s was kind of when it was starting, right? Like, I didn't have a debit card when I started in 1998 at my credit union. They were just kind of taking off. So now we're in this new fast-paced technology market where big data and big resources have kind of come to a head, and they've put us at an intersection. My question to the group, that's become the lifeblood of us making decisions, right? We have access to more than we've ever had before. We used to have to sit at round tables and exchange information to get data. Now we don't have to do that. We can go to a dashboard and pull it up in our own offices and make very strategic, important decisions for our organizations in the tunnel that is our corporate office, which has given us unprecedented potential to do great things within our organizations. But what does that increased access and that increased potential do to the idea of big collaboration? Are we in a space where today that intersection has made collaboration unnecessary? Is unity no longer one of the strengths of the credit union movement? And have we pivoted? So my question to the panel is to kind of start us off there and to give us a little bit about where you think big data and big resources are going compared to what has historically been a credit union superpower of collaboration. And are we in a space where we can pivot to a new model of collaboration to take us to the next level? Brian, I'll go ahead and start with you.
That's a lot.
No worries, just solve world problems.
First of all, I want to point out that I have both bands on, and that's because I actually don't think you can have one without the other, right? I think we need to be afraid, be on edge, be on guard, and that is the exact sentiment that will drive us toward innovation, creativity, collaboration, and success. So with that out of the way, to answer your question specifically, I do have a strong position on that one. And I actually say that the more access we have to big data, the faster that we can process data, the more data that we can grab, the more necessary collaboration becomes. I have worked with and for people that think they could build everything themselves, and I can tell you absolutely, positively, that is not possible, right? And even as I look down the panel right here, only coincidentally, right, one of the best collaborations that Origins has had most recently is our partnership with Zest AI, right? Because we realize that they do some things really, really well. We have some really good platforms and understand the credit union movement. And so that's just a really good example of that. I think the other thing that I would point out as a case study, which is super new, and Brian Koss could not have set it up any better, is that as we look at what you'll hear us talk a lot about top of funnel, which is part and parcel with embedded finance and everything else. All of these models, whether it's in auto or anything else, but especially prevalent in auto, and whether you're looking at brick and mortars like Costco and Walmart, or you're looking at digital retailers, or you're looking at electric vehicle manufacturers that sell directly to consumers, in all of those cases, credit unions have to be top of funnel. But understand this, it does not matter how big you are as a credit union, or how much you think you have in resources, you cannot win at a national level in those spaces, right? And I don't mean that to sound ominous. It is just the case. And I know, for example, a very large credit union that was on a very large EV OEM manufacturer site and was propped up as one of the leaders, and they dropped $800 million in loans on them in a month. And doesn't matter how big you are, that's going to mess up your balance sheet. So if we want to compete in the new markets, if we want to compete with embedded finance, if we want to compete with digital retail, if I love the whole aspect, and this has resonated today. Jay and I were saying there is no more PIF, there is no more primary, or PFI, primary financial institution. There isn't. It's your phone, right? A consumer can have a dozen different applications on their phone, and it's all about the transaction. And God bless those kids, they are spot on, simple, clean, fast, efficient. It has to be that. So we need big data to do that, right? We need each other to get there collectively. And the one thing that does make me think that it's happily ever after, if there is any industry that works so well together and that genuinely believes in all ships rise, right? It's the credit union space, right? And your CUSOs and your leagues and our partners. Good enough?
It'll do. Thanks, Brian. Jay, how about you?
I've always believed in big data. Matter of fact, I kind of realized, some of you probably know me from my last company, Accelerant, and I realized that what we ended up having every day, but it was dispersed, was 80 million members in the United States. Every night we had everything on those members from an account and demographic perspective, and yet we couldn't leverage that because it was quite dispersed. It was sitting on servers in each of your credit unions. And when I started this next adventure in life, I decided that it needed to be a CUSO, that we could have credit unions participate in that same concept. And what if you could do the same thing, but have it at this time in the cloud, to where every night, every member and every account was constantly being refreshed, and we could get to that 50 or 80 million members on a nightly basis, so we know what was going on, and to be able to feed that into people like Zest AI. Because the big banks have got 50, 80, 100 million account holders, and we can't compete with a big credit union that says, oh, I've got 1.5 million members. That's just not big enough to do some of the training that we need across demographics and everything else that we do. And so I've always been a big believer of that. I also think that we have a tremendous opportunity when we start to share that kind of a platform amongst us to do things that we haven't even begun to think of, such as, I know we're in the auto business, right? And I know we talk about what's going to be the future, but there will still be autos. And unfortunately, some of our members will get those autos repossessed. And, why are we dealing in a fragmented society of repossession when we collectively can control where those autos go to, how they get picked up, the pricing, the leverage, the costing structure associated with that? We have tremendous capability within our fingertips, and we're just not yet using it. The same thing goes with bankruptcy. We are looking today at trying to leverage bankruptcy big data, and this is going to sound a little kind of funny, but we're actually looking at every bankruptcy lawyer in the United States across, regardless of whether they represented a member or not, determine if they are a pit bull or a wimp. Now, what do I mean by that? When we go into bankruptcy, it's nice to know whether the lawyer that's representing your member is a pit bull, because guess what they're going to do? They're going to paper you to death, right? And maybe if we could start to use that data and start to make decisions as to whether it's even worth chasing it because of the type of lawyer that they have, then that might change the way that we're going to work. What if they're a wimp? The wimp is that lawyer that goes in and does nothing So guess what? They are a great opportunity for us to go get our money back through the bankruptcy where we can. That can only be done through big data and training big data and trying to understand that. So I am a big believer in big data, and I think it is, an opportunity for us to leverage what we have collectively.
Thanks, Jay.
All right, I'm going to totally shift the conversation, if that's okay. So 2 years ago at the Underground in Vegas, we rolled out the CU De Novo Collective, and it's a volunteer effort to start and save credit unions. And in the last couple of years, I have been meeting with a lot of people that tried and failed, tried and bailed, a couple that have succeeded. We really shifted our focus recently, getting together with very small credit unions to find out what their challenges are. There's 99 problems, right, for small credit unions today. And big data isn't one of them. It's little data. It's their core processor. And they're held hostage by their core processor. But there's so many models out there. And what we found out, the number one reason that credit unions merge today, expanded services. Number one reason. We can fix that with the CUSO model, right? And there are some really good examples. Well, one of the best won the Herb Wagner Award 2 years ago, the Faith-Based Alliance. Do you guys all know about the Faith-Based Alliance? Out of Chicago, these aren't little credit unions. They're what I call micro credit unions, like under $1 million in assets. But they all had churches, different faiths, all Christians. And they got together and said, let's all convert to the same core processor so we speak the same language. And then let's share in the back office services. That model, which is all collaboration, we've talked about this, it's all collaboration, can save small credit unions today. There are 320, I think, credit unions being held hostage by the F word, FedComp. And I'll tell you, when I've worked with a lot of, it's a DOS-based system still. Many of these credit unions have to be in 7 to 10-year contracts in order to afford it. So they are literally being held hostage. These credit unions will die if we don't help them. And I found a group of very small credit unions, there were 10 of them that were geographically in the same big city. And I went to that state league president and said, there's an opportunity here. And he took a day to get back to me, and he said, the credit unions on this list are too small to serve, to offer any help. So when we talk about collaboration, we got some problems. We've got some real problems. But collaboration, in my opinion, is what's going to fix it. I'm super excited about the next NCUSO network because Ronaldo Hardy is now the CEO, and he's so committed to collaborations. Becky Reed, chairman of NCUSO, collaborations are superpower. We've got, I think, a really huge opportunity and a place to meet to fix a lot of these problems. We can save small credit unions from extinction through the CUSO model. 100% convinced on that. So sorry, I had to switch to small data. But my whole world is small credit unions right now, and it's like, that's even my position at Zest. I'm head up the small credit union division because we are committed to giving small credit unions the best technology possible.
I'm going to tag on to Denise. There's 3 F words in the credit union industry that are holding a lot of credit unions hostage, which we could spend a whole nother panel talking about. Right. Oh, you want me to come out? Well, she called out FedComp already, so we're going to go. FiServ. And my life's mission is to get every credit union out of FiServitude. And FIS is the other one.
Thanks all the panelists, and thanks Sue and the team for having me over here. Special shout out to George from AWS, who we partner with. I think really good point, Denise, and I'm going to pick that point up later when I talk about the happily ever after. So definitely want to retell the story of the big bad wolf and the 3 little pigs in the context that we have here. So I think the first thing is, I think a couple of pages. Page 1 is going to be a little grim, where I talk about, who the big bad wolf is. So the big bad wolf is definitely at the doorstep. And it's not a single entity that we can point at, but I think there are a set of external threats that face the credit union if you look at outside in. I think first is, banks and financial institutions which have big marketing budgets, a broader range of products. That kind of makes it hard for credit unions to retain or attract new members. The second one I would say is the fintech innovation and the convenience of financial offerings that kind of poses a challenge for credit unions to sort of cope up with emerging technologies, given, a lot of like the digital is at front. I think third, we already saw the panel of Gen Zs. It's Gen Zs, as Gen Zs move into the mainstream demographics, the expectations and needs of the financial landscape would change, based on their outlook, their expectations, and the services that they need. So I think these three, of course, there are other threats that, cybersecurity was something that was brought up. There's a saturation of financial services providers in some extent. So I would say like all these factors collectively are the big bad wolf. And this is the grim part, which basically means that, we need to like come up with a solution that incorporates collaboration. And I think that's the second part, which is, are we ready for the big bad wolf that's knocking at our doorstep? Is it, are our houses made of straws and sticks, or are we ready to fortify those with, layers of bricks? As the two pigs would tell you that the straws and sticks did not work, whereas the third pig was able to, keep the threat at bay. So the second of it, I just want to like paint a picture of what, I know there's an easy answer and there's a difficult one. The easy answer is we all know that credit unions should focus on innovation. Credit unions should focus on, member experience and digitization. So that's definitely the path, but the execution is what the challenge is. And I think that's where collaboration and the power of collective investment in innovation comes into picture. And I think that's what Denise was mentioning, right? That it's not that easy to make that kind of investment for a smaller credit union or even a mid-sized credit union. So this is where like pooling investments to build out something that can be shared by credit unions across, building assets, this includes big data, building assets and products and services, managed services that can be shared by a group of credit unions by pooling their investments into innovation and research. And I think this is already happening. It's just that we need to take that stuff forward. We've been working with Leak Data, which is, CUSO in Canada that serves 40 plus credit unions in the Atlantic Canada, and they have taken that first step towards modernizing. And what it really entails is like creating this infrastructure where different credit unions can basically, focus on the CIO for creating those common assets, whereas also maintaining the individuality of the credit unions, because every credit union has a sort of different community that they're working with, so the product needs are going to be different, but that is what is possible. You can have that shared set of resources sitting on top and create that nuance for each of the credit unions while staying in the same infrastructure. And that's the core modernization journey that we look at, but it's a modernization journey in general. And I think that comes with challenges, because as you scale up this model, there's going to be like decision making, governance, and keeping the core values of credit unions at heart. But I think there is the first step that needs to be taken, because the big bad wolf is there. And if I go back to the fairy tale, had the three pigs been staying in the same larger, stronger house, I think it could have been happily ever after for all of them. So I think that's something to think about. And yeah.
I'm going to drive off of that a little bit. So I think we all it's easy for us all to acknowledge that access to big data and big resources has infinite potential for credit unions. We have historically, if we look at these examples, seen some really impactful services and products come out of innovation and collaboration amongst groups. But as someone mentioned earlier, we also as an industry have a heck of a lot of excuses about why collaboration can't always work. And we know it's hard, right? There's competing interests, there's competing values, there's competing requirements. It's really hard to get consensus. And I'm going to ask a bit of a loaded question here, but again, I'm going to go back to our historical events within credit union land where we've proven that you can do this. In 1975, when the shared branching network was invented, there were 24,000 credit unions. They all had to agree on something to make that happen. In the 80s, when co-op and the ATM network came about, there were 23,000 credit unions. They still had to collaborate and make that happen. In 1998, when we passed CUMA, sadly, there was only half of us around at that point. We were at 10,300. We still all had to collaborate to get together. Now, today we stand at 4,700 credit unions. If you're going to try to tell me that 23,000 credit unions can collaborate and make something happen in 4,700, don't. I'm going to tell you we have an extremely grim future. Right? That's just the fact for me. So thinking about that and some of the challenges that can come into place when you're talking about collaboration and big collaboration that makes really industry level movement, what are some strategies that you're either seeing, implementing yourself, or that you think if we implement can help us get there? And we probably only have time for maybe one or two people to, you're gonna have to make this really fast.
Can I jump in? Because I
Absolutely.
actually want to riff on, and it's related to that, so I'll tie it in, but with some of Denise's comments as well. So real quick, if you don't know the brand Origins, right, it was CU Direct, so that's Cuddle, right, loan origination system and so forth. Here's a challenge as a true CUSO, owned exclusively by credit unions that we have faced for 20 years. We cannot or have not been able to serve the small credit unions. And the Herb Wagner dinner with the Chicago group, right? I'm not kidding right now. We were in tears at the Origins table. And we looked around and we said, we have to give them our system, right? We're just going to give it to them, right? And we seriously contemplated that. But then what we realized is what we're going to be giving them, we're going to be giving them a tool that there's no way that group could wield it, right? That's our challenge, because there's a minimum cost to doing service, to doing a business regardless. So that that's torn at us. Origins Lending Services, and this is not a promo, what I'm getting to your solution, right, is creating entities that can then provide access to small credit unions via a service platform. That's the solution, right? That's why we invested in Origins Lending Services. That's why we're kind of doing things collectively. And then we just spun up a lender to do the same thing, right? It's not to compete. It's actually so the smallest of credit unions in Chicago can finance an EV loan that the big CUSO that has the funding can make and place the right member at the right credit union. That's how we're going to stop the consolidation. That's how we're going to slow it down, through that collaboration.
And do we have, yes, just I'll have 12 seconds. The other thing is with getting pricing. At the CU De Novo Collective, we've added a page, but we haven't launched it yet. But we're going to highlight small credit union friendly companies, basically people who price for small credit unions. And you know what? There's not going to be many people on there, to be honest. A lot of the big boys are not going to be on there.
And I might say something controversial. Who cares? The issue is, are we growing membership, and are we touching members with the right values that we want to have? And we're in no different of an industry than any other industry. Look at the mom and small pop shops that are going out of business because of Amazon and others. The models change. And as models change over time, we've got to change with it. The real question is, how are we going to grow membership? And yes, some of it might be through some small credit unions, but let's face it, they will not have the capital resources to do some of the things that some of the larger ones will. I say we got to figure out a way to grow membership. And it might be through many different ways. It's growing membership and touching the people with our values and our mission.
I'm going to say something controversial back and say I disagree with Jay.
Good. Good.
I agree with him in principle. I think for credit unions, and I work with a lot of smaller credit unions, so this is where mine's rooted in, right? Most of my credit unions are $1 billion or below. Those credit unions are capable of using the tools available. They are outpriced in being able to access the majority of them. Some of the small credit unions I personally work with, and Denise knows some of them too, are some of the most innovative and creative credit unions I know, because they have to be. They have to be by force. Sure. So I think it's a little bit of a myth when we try to say small credit unions can't use some of the technology. I do think there's maybe not all of it, but some of it. Yeah, but they cannot afford it.
Totally agree.
So from my perspective, credit unions being rooted in helping the underserved means they have to have access within their communities to do so. Mm-hmm. So how do we make that happen? How do we create a space where anyone in any community can access a credit union who's really going to understand the challenges of their unique economic forces within where they are, right? Not everyone has the same economic challenges, and a rural city is going to have a different economic impact than LA. So how do we help foster that within, in my mind, it's also CUSOs. I think that's how we help leverage economies of scale.
Absolutely.
To be able to offer that into the other CUSOs in the room. And I love what you said about trying to find some solutions for small credit. We talked about this at GAC.
We did.
From the core side of the house, it's the same thing. We, as a collective, have an opportunity to put our skin back in the game and help our fellow small credit unions thrive. So that's just Denise.
And you all
sorry.
need to watch the video of the Faith-Based Alliance winning the Herb Wagner Award. It will bring you to tears and will remind you, Jay, you need to watch it. It will remind you why we exist and the people helping people. And yes, growth is important, but not just for growth's sake. These people are doing literally the Lord's work in Chicago. So.
Yeah. I just want to, before we go, thank you, Jay, for allowing us to respond. And I think that his overall message about growing membership is true of small, large organizations, associations. It's our movement. Yeah. And our movement needs to touch more people. And I think that when we think of the small organizations, we need political force. There'll come a time when we end up in DC and we have large organizations instead of the passionate local folks that we need in this entire game. So I think that when we look at this, right, wrong, I love the fact that we're challenging it. We're all there for the same purpose, and that's impacting more people, both domestically, internationally, and that's what this is all about. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you for stirring it up there.
Yep. No problem.
Yep. Good job. Let's give them a hand, everybody. All right. I loved it. And I love it when panelists disagree. We haven't had a fist fight yet. Although Maurice Smith also said we should maybe start a bar fight at the underground, but it hasn't happened yet, so we might get there. All right, the next panel is all about tortoise and the hare. And yes, we were having conversations with our thought leaders, with people, and they said, because obviously this is where we're talking about speed, and they're like, hey, that the tortoise actually won. And we're like, yeah, we get it, the tortoise beats the hare. Be steady, don't rush. We've heard it all, and we've heard some amazing and scary things today, but do we have time to take it slow, to be steady? I think that there's a place where we can find compromise. We need to speed things up. We need to fail faster. Hell, we need to fail the fastest. Let's just quit. Let's figure that out, all right? And so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna figure out how we're going to make that move with the wonderful panel that we're bringing up today. So first we have the amazing Ms. Renee Sadie-White with AACUC, Tom Davis from Trellance, Jim Hayes from State Department FCU, Ed Chuang from Logix Federal Credit Union, and Brad Bendick from Co-op Solutions. Let's go.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am the luckiest woman today because look at my panel. Woohoo! The tortoise and the hare. They say that slow and steady wins the race. But is that true today? Innovation must be reimagined for a happily ever after. And I add, gentlemen, with a lens of inclusion, reaching the right demographics. So, what do you think? What does happily ever after look like to you? We'll start with Brad.
All right, well, thank you. Can you all hear me okay? Okay. So my name is Brad Bendick. I'm Senior Vice President of Strategic Partnerships, Corporate Strategy, and Corporate Development at Co-op. Excited to be here on this panel today. innovation in financial services has been kind of a passion of mine in the 15 years I've been in this space. I came from 10 years in telecommunications, and some of you remember Nextel, Push to Talk. I was with them for some time, and then eventually Sprint when the companies merged. And I was fascinated, this is back in 2008, I was fascinated by this confluence of two mega trends. You have this rapid adoption of mobile devices, smartphones, handheld computing, distributed computing, and the digitization of banking and commerce. And it was clear at the time that we were at the precipice of something that would really change the way that consumers behave and engage in financial services. It's captivated me ever since. So I've probably fashioned myself as a bit of a fintech geek before fintech was even a term. But fast forwarding to today, it's obviously a very different landscape than it was back in 2008. So we've seen the number of fintechs out there it's astonishingly large, literally thousands in just the US alone. So much so that it's almost impossible to keep track of. But honestly, there's also not a better time for credit unions to jump in and partner. And this is one of the things that I spend a good chunk of my time on and my team's time on, and looking at how fintechs can be a key ally to credit unions and a distribution channel for helping them reach consumers in a cost-effective fashion. Credit unions have a great position of trust with members and can certainly influence behavior. But that position of trust is fragile, right, if credit unions don't innovate and stay in sync with members' changing demands, and they are certainly being shaped by new entrants. As a quick aside, because I think it's relevant, it is worth pointing out that many fintechs also depend on other fintechs. Their entire ecosystem, in some sense, kind of hangs on that codependency. So it behooves credit unions to think kind of the same way in how they approach partnership, and maybe don't feel necessarily the need to build or buy. And I'll be blunt in saying that there's not really many good excuses anymore not to attempt to innovate as a credit union. I understand that certain technical limitations may exist that make that challenging, whether it's digital banking platforms or core platforms. But inertia is not really an option, and there have never been more cost-effective tools at your disposal to help via targeted partnerships. So in terms of the approach to innovation itself, we like to think about it in terms of a member persona strategy as the core, and let that be the guide to your efforts. So understand the segments that you've got, so whether that's based on demographic, behavioral, or psychographic attributes, or some combination thereof. Segments you value most and the segments that you aspire to jump into, because otherwise it's like navigating without a compass. You don't know how to prioritize which partners to pursue. And Sam Paxson, our Chief Experience Officer, will address this in more detail in her comments on member centricity coming up. But hyper-personalization and one-to-one marketing may be kind of the nirvana state, if you will. But if you're not prepared to go that far, considering smaller evolutionary steps would be certainly the next best option. So identifying partners that maybe cross over several of your target segments and target personas, and experiment with some safe options to start, to set a foundation, and then get more specialized as you look to uniquely support each target member segment. Don't be afraid to take some educated risks, the Feel Fair Concepts Act that you mentioned, and don't feel like you have to be a trailblazer either. I mean, it's pretty proven that being a fast follower is a viable strategy in financial services. And then just to conclude here, one thing I want to end with is, we understand at Co-op that while we represent roughly 3,000 credit unions as clients, and we try to equip credit unions with thought leadership on how to grow and thrive in today's increasingly dynamic market, we know we can't be everything to everybody. So we recognize that partnership's a key element of our business success as well, and our business strategy. And so one of the ways we've started to do this is through what we call our strategic provider program that was launched in February. The concept is pretty simple. We give our clients access to pre-vetted fintechs that have products and services that are currently not offered in-house by Co-op through a referral model, and all the pre-negotiated and preferential commercial terms that we've provided up front are available to our credit union clients. With the vendor landscape being so kind of vast and fragmented right now, and with some credit unions, having challenges with procurement and having the right labor specialization, we sought to mitigate some of those challenges by leveraging our internal talent, whether it be partner development, vendor risk management, cybersecurity, BCPDR. There are people that walk into work every day with expertise in this, and so we would leverage those people fully to make sure that we're identifying and vetting best-of-breed partners for our credit unions. And our recruitment strategy today has really been guided by some of those guiding principles that I mentioned before about building block solutions that address kind of a multiplicity of different credit union needs today. So, at Co-op, we stand ready to support our credit unions in their innovation journey, which, candidly, we're navigating ourselves too as we look to support our clients with innovative solutions that address today's needs and demands.
Thank you, Brad. We don't want to navigate without our compass, so we're looking forward to hearing the rest of that.
Correct.
Ed, what do you say?
Hi, Renee.
Good to see you on this panel again.
Thank you. Same, likewise. Hello, everybody. I'm going to shake things up a bit, and I'm going to say some provocative things at the risk of maybe angering some people. But I think maybe the question of the tortoise and the hare isn't the right fairy tale or question to ask as far as banking goes, because it's not entirely about speed. In my mind, I think both the tortoise and the hare will fail in today's environment. And I think if credit unions don't change the way we think and operate and structure ourselves, we're headed for a pretty grim future too. So one of the things I think we should talk about and think about is a notion that Ron Shevlin wrote about in the summer of this year. He said that the Fintechs have already won the deposit war. I'm going to take that further and actually go ahead and say that in my mind, I think the Fintechs and the big banks have also won the product mix war, the member relationship war, the household deepening war, and the marketing war, and on, right? And the gap is only widening. So what's the difference between what we do versus what some of those winners do? And I think it's because they're built to operate with agility. Whereas credit unions, I think we reward people that are good operators or good financial people, and we escalate them into leadership positions. But let me break that down even further. So the winners on the fintech side have three components that make them work very well. There's strategy, there's execution, but there's also innovation, right? So where's the innovation in the credit union space? I'll give you some examples using SoFi as really the baseline here. So under the CFO at SoFi is a position called a Chief Creative Officer, whose main job is to push the boundaries of traditional banking. I'm willing to bet none of our credit unions have a Chief Creative Officer under the CFO, right? Just like I'm willing to bet that the majority of us don't have platform development teams, interdisciplinary product teams, right? We don't have R&D teams taking moonshots. And it's not a budget question, because I'd like you to ask any of these startups pre-seed round whether they were flush with cash. It's a mindset thing. Take, for example, also SoFi's board. 75% of SoFi's board is made up of venture capitalists and technologists. There are only 3 financial executives on SoFi's board. So if we really want to compete with the SoFis and Chimes of the world, and if we want to carry out all of our strategic conversation about being more like Amazon, we need more than our team of like 2 digital channels developers that were tellers a year ago, right? That's the equivalent of bringing a knife to a digital banking gunfight. So that's my opening statement.
All right. He shook it up a little bit. Tom?
Wow, I get to follow that. Well, first off, this is my second time at Underground, and like last time, I was on the panel right before me was the panel that I wish I was on, so I'll have to work with you a little bit. So I'm a data tech geek. I've been that my whole career. And I could go way, way back and talk about database structures and things like that would bore everybody. But it's just something I've always just had an inkling for. I don't know why. And so I know the big bad wolf we were talking about, and then Kevin, you said something about cooperatives. And I do believe that the credit union value prop, and Jay, you were saying it as well, is really the collective power of all of your data. And being able to take that outside of the credit union, but in a place that the credit unions control wholly without the F words that we were talking about earlier today, and then turn it loose on some concepts that Ed hit on. Pull the people out of the credit union that know how to work with that data, and then let them work on that large data set. And so with that, go to cudx.com, because that actually exists today. All of your credit union data can be put in a place and be shared by credit union executives, people that you control and that you power the whole entire cooperative. So just give that a shout. That would have been what I would have said last time. But I did prepare for the tortoise and the hare, so I will give you my tortoise and the hare thing real quick. And just like the Underground, I'm supposed to pivot, right? So I did. So tortoise and the hare. I think it's important to understand why the psyche of why we do and do not adopt new technology. I'm 57 years old, so I was born in the 70s. The new technology that came out when I was a kid was not like today. I mean, if we got something new, like a microwave, I remember people on our block got a microwave. By the way, first time I used a microwave, I was in my 20s. So just think about that. So there wasn't as much, we just weren't bombarded with the ability to adopt new technology. So we didn't know. We didn't build it into our caveman evolution kind of way of going about doing things, these 57-year-old Midwestern people like myself, which predominantly there's a lot of people at credit unions that not only use the services of credit unions that are in my age bracket, but also have leadership positions that Ed was talking about. And many of them do not have the propensity to want to adopt technology like I do. I just happen to be, if you've ever seen the bell curve, there's, the left side of the bell curve, about 5% are what they would call, innovators. Then you've got about 10% that are early adopters. And you got the middle, which is, a fast follower, not so fast follower. And then on the end, you've got the laggards. And I didn't make this bell curve up. This is just some researchers that have done this to try to understand why we do or do not adopt technology. So I'm way on the left. For somebody that's 57 years old, it's probably a little bit unique. I love playing around with technology. So the early adopters at your credit unions or the people in your lives are the ones that play with it and get no benefit. They just get joy of playing with technology. That's way, way to the left, right? And then you've got the next folks that are like, hey, check out what I found out on my iPhone or my Android or my new truck or whatever. And then you sort of move through there. And I would say that we need to understand diversity when we work with technology in order to be able to move at the right pace and make sure that you have somebody from each one of those groups when we're talking about new technology and how we're going to use it in the credit union. And I will say this, the technology is being used. The decisions you're making are you going to embrace it or is it going to be there before you're ready for it? And I'm going to give you a good example. In 2014-15, chip card technology came out. And that's the little chip that we now see on almost every single credit and debit card. At that time, I worked for a company called CSU. Actually, it's the same company I work for now. I've worked at Trellins for almost 20 years. I've been in the credit union space for that long. And most of the credit unions were like, I'm not going to adopt that technology. Like, I don't know what that means. It's expensive. Some people up here, we're talking, Denise, you were talking about small credit unions. They could not afford to put that chip. It's not even about the card. It was about being able to enable the rail on their payments platforms to be able to put the chip on the card so it would actually work when it got in the terminal. And so there were people that were like, I'm not going to adopt that technology. Do you know what that would have cost the credit union industry if they did not adopt that technology? And we're not talking about just small credit unions. Some medium to large size credit unions were wondering whether the cost of fraud would outweigh the adoption of that technology. I'm not kidding you. So what does that look like? A bunch of CFOs in the room that probably did not understand payment rails, did not understand the technologies. And I know you understand this because you probably lived through it at the same time. And the CUSOs had to come up and say, whoa, we can't do this. And CSU, and I know Co-op probably did similar things at the time, we had to pay for them to force them to adopt the technology to keep them safe because they didn't want to absorb that themselves. And it was the incorrect mindset there that was really the problem. That technology was going to come out. The banks were going to get it. And guess where all the fraudsters were going to go? They were going to go on the credit unions that didn't have those chip cards. That was 9 years ago. That was the way that we looked at adopting technology in the credit union industry. And it's got to change. I don't know if it necessarily has to change overnight. I agree with some of the drastic concepts that you brought forward. But in my mind, when I look at it, I think it's diversity of thought around the technology. Some technologies we have to adopt. Some technologies we can be a little bit more patient with. And no technologies are all the same. So each time we go through this, unfortunately, we're going to have to go through this again and again and again. And it's just going to become part of our life, and we'll get used to it, like my son, who deals with new technology at a rapid pace. And we'll get there as an industry as well. So anyway.
Thank you, Tom. Very good. Appreciate that. Now, Jim, I know that you're a big thinker, so I want to know, what's our happily ever after?
Well, thanks. So, love everything that you guys said. And actually, what a day it's been, because all the prepared statements that I was thinking about as I was sort of going to go through, when I was flying out here yesterday, have all starting with Ron asking if we're going to be making auto loans 5 years from now. The world is changing, right? So if you think about the pace of change from, over your 20 years, right? We had like 100 years of no change whatsoever in financial services. I mean, adding machines and things like that. The pace of change today is so drastic. And of course, 4 years ago, I think it was probably a little before the pandemic, the credit union space was sitting here saying, how are we going to fight the fintechs? How are we going to compete against the fintechs? You know, and here we are now saying, how can we adopt them faster, right? And the world has changed fast over 4 years, and it's going to continue to change. I mean, the whole AI thing is just going to make it go faster and faster and faster. So, number one, I think the hare wins. Slow and steady is not going to cut it. I think we're going to have to be fast adopters. We're going to have to jump on the change because the big banks, as Ed, they're moving ahead and they're blowing us away. I mean, if you've looked at the American Consumer Satisfaction Index, banks have been ranking higher than credit unions over the last few years, and that gap is getting wider and wider. People expect to be able to self-serve. They expect to have an integrated financial experience. They're working with Venmo, and they're working with Apple Cards, and they're working with Chimes, and it's all integrated, super, right? Those kids up here, those UNLV kids said, it's got to be easy. And we as an industry are clunky. We're clunky. We don't integrate well. All of our systems are integrated or are installed in silos, and they don't talk to each other. And it's really clunky to work with most credit unions. I'm a member of at least 5 or probably 7 credit unions now. And, you know, and my own included, they're clunky. It's a clunky experience. And we are not going to win these college students over with the clunky experiences that we're offering our members. And forget about that. I have a 13-year-old son who's never going to work with a credit union like ours if we don't improve the experience overall. And so I think that's got to be really fast and furious. So let's talk about how do we get there? Because all the small credit union talk, everything was really good. There's a couple things. And so I'm on my 3rd credit union being a CEO of, so I'm going to say I'm starting to see trends. There's a couple things. One, from our vendor standpoint, and there's a lot of you in the room, you got to do what you do well. Don't come with mediocre sort of solutions. And if you're mediocre in the primary solution you do, don't start expanding into other services. You know what? Do what you do really well. And I would urge you, and I don't sit on a lot of boards for vendors, but for God's sake, stop trying to become all things to all people. Do what you do well, and just do it. I mean, that is going to save so much heartache and grief. When it comes to implementing the software, don't let my staff tell you how to implement your software. Going back to the first time my credit union did a core conversion, I guess 11 years ago, and I didn't realize, I didn't connect the dots at the time, and so the core, I won't name them, gave us all the surveys and said, here, have all your staff fill out these surveys. And so we did that. We implemented, went through a great core conversion, everything went well. 6 months later, we're like, man, we haven't really experienced any of the efficiencies that we thought we were. And then we kind of started to connect the dots. It's like, well, that's because the core implemented it, the vendor implemented it the way we told them we do our processes. So instead of adopting the good and efficient processes that the software provided, the vendor came and said, oh, we can implement this the way you do it today. Well, don't do that anymore. Don't let us do that. Don't let us make the mistake, because we are our own worst enemies. We don't like change. Our staff who have been around for 20 years know one way to do something. When your software comes to the table with a fresh way of doing it, force us to go to that process. Tell us we need to get into more process re-engineering, because otherwise we're taking, this is the adage that I used to use, taking a Cadillac piece of software and turning it into a Pinto, right? I mean, you've got to, but we're our own worst enemy because we're so fearful of change, and our staff tend to be that way. And so if you come to the table and say, well, you can keep all your same processes and we'll just, adopt to it, that doesn't do us any good. The other thing, the last thing I'll say for that, for all the vendors in the room, you guys work together. You guys create partnerships. In some ways, especially the smaller the credit union you are, you don't have the leverage. It's a big piece of puzzle, right? It's a big puzzle with a bunch of pieces, and you're like, do I have Fiserv? Do I have Meridian Link? Do I do Co-op? Do I do PSU? Right? You have all these different choices. To be honest, if you guys would all get together and come up with a really nice, even solution that was integrated, you'll get a bunch of credit unions that'll come do business with you, because that is, you know better than what we do probably in most of the cases of how you can integrate with other partners, with other vendors, and you can come to the table and come into my office and say, I'm not just going to solve this problem, but we together are going to solve all these problems. And you will really help us out that way. Anyway, I think that's it.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. Ed, I'm going to put you on the spot for our last question. We have about 3 minutes to get this done. What would you do if money and time were an issue to make us happily ever after?
So I think what's different about today's technology environment versus where we were even 3 or 5 years ago is that we don't have to make trade-offs per se. There are so many technologies such as headless cores today, or the ability to stand up sister organizations where we can maybe think about how to do things properly as a parallel initiative instead of solving the problem of figuring out our decades of legacy issues. And so that's one potential answer is, don't start by thinking, how do we get to where SoFi is using what we have? Let's start with a blank whiteboard.
Great, thank you, Ed. Guys, each one word to move us forward to happily ever after. Brad?
Agility. I agree with what you said. Agility, yeah.
Ed?
Agility.
Tom?
I'm not going to say agility. I'll go last.
Well, I'm gonna say something that I wanted to say before and I didn't, and because the question of the previous was how do we fail fast, right? That was a question: is how do we get to the point where we can fail fast and go quick? One of the things that I think that we probably ought to do as credit unions is we need to involve our boards more, right? One of the reasons that CEOs don't want to take a risk of failure is they think they're going to get fired. I mean, let's face it, right? If boards are so disconnected that they see a high risk being taken, if there were more board members in this discussion today, it would really help out, because then you're going to start bringing your board along with you to take that risk with you, and there's less of a fear of losing your job or losing your bonus, whatever it is, whatever the thing is that you're afraid of losing. But when we don't, and I do know a lot of CEOs that like to separate their boards and not bring them along. I personally like to bring my boards along when I can, because as much as they know, if they know what I know, they can have the similar mindset. That will help us fail forward, or fail fast and fail forward, because it won't be so scary to fail. And a credit union might be willing to take a little bit more risk if we know our boards are with us in taking that risk. And there's that transparency. That's something that would help out.
Okay, great, thank you. So, Zach, I'm gonna steal something for just a second. So, everybody, please stand up. So, Zach came up, Sue introduced Zach, and he got this great welcoming applause. Sue Mitchell is extraordinary, and I just want to say, happy birthday to you. Can we give her a round of applause? Woohoo! And that's a wrap.
All right, panel, sit back down, because I know we've got a couple questions coming from Sue.
Well,
to
she
start.
threw me off.
I know she
completely.
did. I promise you that was not on me. Okay.
Yeah. I just want to say a couple things. First was, Tom, we intentionally didn't put you on data, so we'll talk later. But primarily because I knew that you would talk about moving faster. And data gives us the power to move faster. And so when I think about kind of the traditional functions, and we talk about tortoise and the hare, we have to fail faster, and we have to have our boards there. And so some of the kind of controversial comments you all made, I think that we can't be afraid to have our boards hear that, okay? And so I just wanted to throw that to Tom and just tell
so-
you, you can reach out to me. But
Yeah, no, that's quite all right. First off, if you don't know me, and I'm not a very well-known person in the credit union space, when you grow up in tech and the way that I did, nobody wants to talk with you. They just, you're the guy in the break room over there eating your peanut butter and jelly sandwich with your crust cut off, and you're like, that's me. And so I've been there forever, and we were a payments company, and we were. The payments industry is, as Brad could say, it's a very difficult industry. CSU decided to move on from that, rebrand themselves as Trellance, and they looked at that PBJ guy in the back and said, why don't you just be the CEO? The transition from being the guy who knew how to solve problems, I could spin up an exchange server. I set it up at home. I have no idea why. I just thought it'd be sort of cool. I was just that guy. And so I failed all the time. I have that Visa kind of mentality or these other fintech company kind of mentalities where the failure was a free lesson and it taught me how to move forward. And so I got frustrated with failure. I do not like failure. No one does. But I always told myself in the very beginning, today is a day you're going to learn. You're not going to like it. Tomorrow, you're going to be smarter and you're going to like it. And so that's how I got through those failures. And boy, did I make some stupid ones. You want to hear one that's sort of funny? Back when Alexa came out, man, I wanted to program Alexas to do everything. And so my son and I got together and we made a magic mirror. I don't know if you've ever seen these things, but you buy a mirror, you put a screen in it, and you get a Raspberry Pi, and you hook it up to the Alexa servers, and you can talk to the mirror, and the mirror will bring up your calendar, or it would do all this other stuff. So I built this mirror, and I'm so happy, and I've got Alexa and all my smart home stuff, and I'm so proud. My wife could give a crap. So I'm like, come on, honey, you got to check this thing out. And I'm like, watch this, unlock doors, turn off lights, da-da-da-da-da. And so she goes outside of the house, and she screams through the window, unlock doors, and the doors unlocked. And she looked at me and said, fail fast, right? So, yeah, I was so proud. My son was so proud. We're like, we could fix that, But it was the love of the adoption of the technology that puts me way on the left. And I have to be with people like my wife and other people. That's what I was trying to talk about. I can't be the one that drags us all forward. I will make mistakes. I will bring you some really, really cool tech. But there's got to be somebody there from the risk and compliance area. The lady that was up here earlier, I forgot her name. Yeah, I've got to be balanced with her. And I got to listen. And I've got to say, hey, you know what? As cool as I am, it might hurt my feelings, but at the end of the day, she's got a point. And so I'm going to use the word diversity. That's going to be the word. Agile is important, diversity all the way through. That's probably more important. There you go.
Love it.
All right, we do have time for some questions. Oh, goodness. All right, let's go.
Hi, my name is Megan Piper. I'm the VP of Marketing at Westar Credit Union here in Las Vegas. I'm going to say something a little controversial and might actually make people a little mad. I feel like every time I come to the Underground or any conference or anything like that, we have this great discussion about how we have to move faster, we have to do this, and yet nothing happens. And we have the same discussion at the next conference and the next thing. And honestly, the credit union industry kind of feels like the DMV to me. And this is coming from someone who absolutely loves credit unions. I've been in the industry for 10 years. I think it's great. So you guys talked a lot about, technology and utilizing, CUSOs and things like that. But what are you doing at your companies or at your credit unions that are cultivating or building that culture of change internally?
I'm sorry to take all the answers, but can I answer that one? Because this is a great example of exactly what happened at the Underground in GAC. And so I'm gonna give you guys a shout out because this caused me to start thinking. I'm the CEO of Trellance. Trellance has a lot of capital, as you all know. And so I'm a technologist. So I took that payments company, and in my mind, my vision was to turn it into a tech company, and I did. Through acquisitions and through build and hiring, most important, very, very smart people that understood the meaning of what credit unions are all about. Then we go to the Underground, and people are talking about sharing data everywhere, sharing data. And I went back to my team, Doug Vanderpool sitting back there, he's my chief technology officer, and I said, we can sell products and services all day long. That's what we should do, Jim. We should stick to that. We build data warehouses, we build predictive models, we have a whole entire team in India. We do this. We should not run around and try to capture the sharing data market. What we should do is put the capital out there and give it back to the credit unions and let them figure out how they want to share data. That idea came out in at GAC. By the way, I came up here with ChatGPT, if you remember. I did my whole speech on ChatGPT that time. I didn't do it this time. I probably should have. I would have been more on point. But so I went to Filene, and then I went to CUNA, and then I went and started to talk to credit union CEOs, some big, some small. And I said, I want to give you this idea, but I don't want it to die. But I don't want it to be mine because, as Jim said, I've got a job to do. My job is to do what I'm doing today. I've already built that. My plate's full. And so that's where CUDX came out of. CUDX came out of GAC, underground concept. I started immediately going to Filene and Madison. Woku is up there with us. Immediately went to Mark Meyer, immediately started pumping money in, went to my board and said, you've got to give me the cash, you've got to give me the people, and you've got to give this away back to the credit unions that came out of the underground. CUDX is only 6 months old. 6 months old.
Underground. My first underground, I had all the black people stand up. There was only 6. 3 undergrounds later, I had all the white people stand up. It was a whole room full of everybody. Underground changes lives. It may not look like it sometimes, but it really does. Really does.
That's amazing.
Just one comment here. The thing is this, for all of us to remember that those of us sitting in here are also being recorded. And we send this out, and we are excited to say, what's our open rate on this, Zach?
Yeah, we get to touch about 20,000 credit union professionals, and about 36% of them are listening and hearing what we're doing. So you've got people who are wanting to hear what you are saying. So
yeah, and Roxy wants to make a point real quick.
And Zach, how many of them are board members that attend?
Oh goodness! Now you're asking me to dig into my data.
Okay. Well, the point being is that there's so much to learn here, and if the board members would participate with their CEOs, then you're hearing the same things, you're understanding the same things, you're getting the same information. And I know for some of the board members that in our credit union, we quit going to conferences where we hear the same thing all the time by the same people. We would prefer to spend our travel money here and get all of this and listen to the diversity of thought, of people, of practices. This is not a commercial. The whole bottom line was board members need to attend, and it would be awesome to have our CEOs with us.
I love that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Can you say your name again?
Megan Piper with Westar.
I would like to invite you to come sit on a council on how to share data with credit unions and how to make a difference with members. It's going to be in Tampa, and I will get your card, and I will invite you. What I'm going to say is this. It's easy to sit in the audience and say, why aren't you doing something? We're a collaborative, collective community. Why aren't we all doing something? So come to Tampa and tell me what to do. I've got 300 people, and we've got hundreds of millions of dollars, and we'll get it done. Just tell us what to do. Let's work together, okay?
Sue?
I was just going to say that, when Roxy was talking about the boards, it was great. We don't advocate you don't go to other conferences, okay? Thank you, Roxy. But that's why we collide with conferences. Yeah. And I just want to say that when you talk about boards attending, CEOs, we want you to encourage them to come as well. I think that's part of that, Jim, of getting the message. Not everybody hears it. They're not aware of it. And I believe there are a few of the people that we have here, in particular, our group here that has courage to take on some of these things. And that's not always easy. So I just wanted to say that shout out to everybody. We need to have people having authentic conversations so that we can look at this stuff and look at our budgets. And so, Jim, thank you for bringing it.
And Susan, I think the next underground, you guys are GAC, and then you guys are going to do one at
March 3rd.
Yep, and then there's another one in Nashville. The conference is called Edge. It's all about how credit unions live on the edge. It's not a vendor conference. It's something like this. It's going to start with the underground, and then we're going to move move into sessions where we're going to talk about how do we live on the edge, or how do we not live on the edge, and what's the cost of living on the edge, and what's the cost of ignoring the edge. So it's a lot about what this panel is about. So I guess I was on the right panel. So I'm sorry for dominating. My bad.
No, we appreciate it. Well, everybody, please, big round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much. And you're right. Great question, Megan, to get that started. Tom, don't ever hide anything from us again so that we can share that information. And it's true, when we talk about ideas into action, it's not easy. Like Tom said, you can't let things die. And it takes time. This generative AI working group that we have, every one of us is busy, and to take time to volunteer and be there. And I mean, we gave them homework. We made them write. Maybe some of them use ChatGPT to help a little bit, but at the same time, they put in the time and the effort to make something happen. So what a surprise. We had no idea that that was going to happen. And this is the power of the underground. This is what we do. So I have not had the chance to ever introduce this fantastic person, but it's time to talk about that there's no place like home. And today, right now, home is literally in the palm of your hand. You can be anywhere, but know that you're connected, know that you're safe if you have that phone in your hand. And so our special keynote today is going to share some insight into this and how we can make this a happily ever after. So please welcome to the stage Sam Paxson, CXO of Co-op. Let's go.
It's so lovely to be back here and nice to be in Vegas where there's 4 conferences happening this week. There's no place like home. Have we built a home that our members want to come to? And come to physically, virtually, for all of their needs? I would argue that our set of assumptions have shifted. What got us here isn't going to get us there. And I'm going to give a little example of this, a personal story. So when I was in college, in the UNLV stage of life, I had what I thought was a superpower, a very special gift. It was the gift of procrastination. And I had this ability. I would set my alarm at 3 o'clock in the morning before a paper was due. I'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd write the paper. I'd turn it in at 8. And I get the same grade as the people that worked on it for like 2 weeks. So that worked really well for me. Might not have been great for my sleep, but enabled me to have internships and a social life and all the things that college kids want to do. But then I graduated from college, and my life got more complex. The set of assumptions that I used in order to get my work done and to be successful and to have the outcome using a strategy that I thought was going to work no longer worked. My world got a lot more complicated. My work got tougher. I had a lot more things to juggle. And we are in an environment in the financial services space where our set of assumptions have changed. Our members have very high expectations. We have brand new market entrants we have incredible market forces that are putting pressure on our model. And I would argue that our model has significantly changed. So when we look at, is there no place like home? I have both bracelets on here. We have the Grimm Fairy Tale and the Happily Ever After, and that's really up to all of you. So 2 things I'm going to tell you. We need to grow. This is about a growth mindset. That we've talked a lot about growth since we've been here today. And it's because you need your members and your members need you. In the research that we do at Co-op every year, what we found in the last year is that 90% of the 3,000 members that we surveyed, 85% have a relationship with a bank, which means they can't get everything done at their credit union that they are expecting to get done in their financial life. And I serve on the board of a credit union. We look at the performance of what just happened 3 months ago. We look at product by product by product P&L. We're looking at how one product line in the credit union competes with another product line. How is that performing? I would argue that your member is the P&L. You are trying to create the Amazonification of your credit union, where you bring members on board. That's your existing member base that probably doesn't fully utilize you the way that they need to be utilizing you. Because what do? We look at life stage type solutions. We look at loans. We look at things that drive, really the primary driver of financial performance in our credit unions are on the interest income side of the ledger. We're not looking at the relationship between non-interest income and interest income and how that drives the relationship with the member. And our members need us. We need liquidity, we need deposits, and we need revenue diversification. I loved that Kevin said, members, mission, margin. Is our mission delivered, this people helping people mission, delivered only through great rates? No. Members, look at the UNLV students. How many of them are buying a home? You want a relationship with them before they even come to college. I serve on the board of a credit union that is a university credit union. They're finding that they're not growing membership right now because those members already have a banking relationship before they come to college. My son just turned 12. Some of you may have heard this story. He said, "Mom, I can't use cash when I'm going after my junior lifeguard program to buy an ice cream or a bagel. I need something digital. So I'm looking for a debit card that I can track on an app, and I also want to invest." He's 12. And he said, "I hear you talk about credit unions a lot. Should I go to a credit union?" And I'm telling you, I had a hard time finding a credit union that offered that type of solution for him. They were putting out great rates. My 12-year-old does not give a whip about great rates. So if you are going to build a relationship that will get deposits, create stickiness, build liquidity, you have to design yourself around the member and the financial performance of the member. And I better hear a woot woot from Gigi Highland. Because this is about helping members in their financial lives. That's our value proposition. That's what people helping people means. So how does our model need to shift in order to make that happen? We have to understand this flywheel effect. And really, growth is a choice. Growth is a choice. So we have to be okay with not having just having a short-term ROI mindset. So when I serve as a member of a board, and we look at how did that product line perform. I don't really care about that as a board member. I care about the overall outcomes of the credit union. How are we growing deposits? How are we growing utilization of the credit union? Which use cases are winning? And what we found is that the growth strategy that's winning in the market is by capturing member attention. What the UNLV students all talked about was, I want something that's frictionless, that's going to help me understand my financial position and take action on it. They talked about Acorns. They talked about Mint. Those are personal financial management apps that then help them track their overall financial performance. What Cornerstone Advisors talks about is that the average consumer has 40 different financial relationships. I just told you about those members. Your members today also have a bank relationship. When you look across save, spend, invest, protect, all of these things, these use cases that consumers do, they're incredibly empowered to go find that use case on their phone, download it, and use it. The challenge is that they can't get a big picture perspective of their financial position. So how do we win in this new era? What should our models shift to be? How do we create the opportunity for the member to be at the center of your P&L? So first, you must know your members like never before. Tom just talked about data. Data is so incredibly useful because you can personalize your solutions for your members, and that's the expectation, because when they go to Amazon or Apple, they're getting solutions that fit their needs. Everything is being designed for them. So you must know your members like never before and serve them up the solutions that will help them in their financial lives. Second, engage every day. I make a loan probably every 5 years. I use my payments 12 times a day. The average consumer, 89% of Americans use digital payments, yet only 16% of them do that with a credit union. Look at the market opportunity we are missing out on. And if you're saying, what's the ROI on offering digital payments? You're missing the entire utilization of your credit union. So engage every day. It is the way that you create stickiness in your credit union to have them use you, and it's a marketing opportunity for you. Next, give good guidance. The students up here talked about apps that help them in their financial lives, personal financial management. So you need to give good guidance embedded in the transaction. This is where organizations like Chime, that it shows up like, give me my paycheck 2 days early. I was just with the CEO of Premier America last week, and he said, we're borrowing Chime's playbook, and we are growing deposits like gangbusters. Just offer deposits 2 days early. Offer your paycheck 2 days early. These are the use cases that fintechs are using that are helping them to be more trusted. When we talk about trust, it means you have the capability to deliver what the consumer is looking for. Trust is not just character, it's capability. And when you offer these solution sets, you're saying, I can serve you. And I'm going to serve you wearing a white hat. I'm going to do the right thing for you. So the last strategy is to earn more of the member balance sheet. And what I'd say to that is that it's not just rates. You do not have to be the most competitive rate-driven deal in town. The more convenient you are, the more likely you are to build trust, the more likely you are to build deposits, the more likely you are to build member economic participation. So here are the 4 levers. I'll just say it again. Know your members like never before. Personalize it by knowing them. Second, engage every day. Third, give good guidance to improve the overall financial performance of the member. And fourth, earn more of the member's balance sheet, not just through rate, but through utilization, through convenience. And lastly, when you do that, there will be no place like home, because credit unions should be the most essential type of financial services available in the market today, because your members have never needed you more than they do today. So thank you, everybody. I hit 7 seconds.
So Samantha, before you give your mic back, how do we serve that 12-year-old?
How did I do it?
No, yeah, I mean, and not...
Well, I opened him a green light card that, frankly, the fees on it are bananas. But I know South Bay Credit Union that's in my neighborhood, they just did a partnership with Greenlight. So it's a way, because our CEO, Dean Michaels, his kids had Greenlight, and they're now saying, Dad, I want a grown-up card. So it's a way to get in, to create that relationship, and then migrate them into a more sophisticated solution set. But for now, that's what we're doing, because I couldn't find it among the credit unions that are available to me. We can do this.
All right. Thank you. Again, one more round of applause. Well, I kind of feel like all of our thought leaders have been leading us to this next panel with the conversations. Sam, my math is really bad. So 12 years old, is he in high school yet? 6th grade. Okay. So 6th grade, right? Okay. Hey, don't laugh at me. I don't remember. So first off, Sue mentioned at the beginning that in addition to the work that I do with MSA and the Underground, I'm also the executive director of CU Pride. For those of you who don't know, CU Pride is a national association for LGBTQ plus credit union professionals and allies. Hey, I love it. Was that Jim? I feel like that was Jim. Yeah. So this panel is really important to us, and hopefully it will be to you. real quickly, and if any of you know this answer, because I've told you you're not allowed to answer, but just scream it out. What do you think our market share of Gen Z is right now? What percentage? 5, 3, 2. Well, at least some of you are closer. So it is. It's 4%. 4% right now. And that's the Sam's son who's looking for investment opportunities at 12 years old. Once again, like I don't remember what I was doing at 12, and it certainly wasn't investing. And we just had this wonderful panel of college students who, guess what? All Gen Z. They're going to be graduating. They are going to be looking for, and we only had one of them say that they were actually a member of a credit union. So that's our issue. So how do we bridge that? So we are going to bring up a panel that's going to help us with that. So at this time, I would like to welcome to the stage Jorge Esteban from Visa, Malia Heimbach from the Credit Union Association of New Mexico, Jackie Martinez Vasquez from BECU, Linda Bodie from Element Federal Credit Union, and Emma Hayes from State Employees Credit Union. Let's go.
This is, I think, my fourth underground. Despite the danger of giving a mic to a Cuban, Zach continues to do it and invite me. I have a couple of notes here just to keep me on message, but I was thinking about the name of the panel, Gen Z Over the Rainbow, and in partnership with CU Pride. And Gen Z often is positioned in our industry, in the payments industry, as sort of this salvation, right? It's a huge demographic. There's so many important things that I'll get into. But you have to zoom out. Gen Z is actually in college. They are not arriving, they are here. The train is leaving the station. And the very youngest of them are now being called Gen Alpha. So 1997 to 2010 birth date puts about 70 million Americans in that cohort. And I think that they're important and unique in a number of ways, and I hope that the panel will bring this out in the ways that they're engaging. But the way I look at it is from the numbers. If you look at the income potential of Gen Z from today to 2035, they will increase their income by 8 times. They will eclipse millennials in their after-tax income by 2030. And it's to the tune of $2 trillion per year. So this is an enormous purchasing power, an enormous household membership number. And to Zach's point, only 4% engaged in the credit union movement. I'll mention a couple of things. There's something else that's happening in the background, which is there's a historical transition of wealth to the tune of about $80 trillion happening in the next 30 years. And Gen Z, millennials more, but Gen Z is going to have a disproportionate share of that land. So if you're looking for deposits, they're looking for wealth and wealth management, family management, business transfer, and how do you grow a business that you inherit rather than sell it off. It's just a very unique time and a very unique cohort of people. I'll tell you from the payments industry, these are numbers that were just released on Thursday from Visa. As we look at the forecast, year-on-year growth of payment volume among Gen X, it's 1%. Millennials, 3%. And Gen Z, 17%. So we're orienting our business around this opportunity. I would encourage you all to do it. And then just to kind of kick off the conversation here, Gen Z is also very unique, not only in just kind of the demographics and the numbers, but they are more diverse in every way you could split that atom. They are more eco and sustainable conscious than any other generation before them. They make purchases in a different way than any other generation prior. Generations prior were, depending on who you're looking at, they were buying things their parents couldn't have. They were getting experiences that their prior generations couldn't have. They were doing conspicuous consumption. They were buying brands. Gen Z buys aligned with their values. And they are easy to marry and dump brands based on how that brand can reliably aligned to those values. And I think that that's where the crux of this argument that credit unions play a special place in this cohort is because it's in the DNA of credit unions to have these values that very much align. And so, that's my premise. It's important, it's unique, and now for the Grimm part, this is a battle that you're losing. It's a battle you can win, and I go to about 50 conferences a year, and what I take away from a lot of conferences is thought leadership and a lot of generalities and headlines. So I have 10, and I'm only going to go through 5, so we can talk later about very practical things you can do. Thank you so much. Very practical things that you could do to turn on, just in the payments industry, the credit union for Gen Z. So I'll come back to those, but I'll let the panel get started. How are you engaging at your credit union, your organizations with Gen Z? How are you activated and engaged them?
I'm happy to start. And mostly I'm really happy to hear that this generation is going to have a lot of wealth because I happen to have 3 of them in my household. So thank you for that. I actually can retire sometime. That's right now it is my lack of wealth that they are enjoying, that's for sure. So I'm Malia Heimbuck. I'm actually the president and CEO of our Credit Union Association of New Mexico. So how are we engaging? What I do is I actually look to all my credit unions to engage. And what I find interesting, Sue started us off today and said they do this underground specifically with Money 2020 so that, it's the largest conference to talk about money. And I'm here to say that I do live with 3 in this Gen Z. They don't approach money the same way we do. And so I really think what I try to do is bring awareness that I actually think a lot of what we need to do as credit unions is all about the language that we're using. And I say that because, let me just ask some of you. So you all have your wristbands, right? Think about yard work, Grimm or happily ever after, right? Pretty grim, I see, yeah. Okay, fix the lock on the door because the screws were loose and so the door didn't work as well. Grimm, right? Yep. Call the plumber because the toilet's leaking. Grimm, sure. Guess what? They're not looking to buy houses because they see all of that as work and what we have to do as homeowners. And so when we talk to them about savings or we talk to them about, your credit score, they're not into that because they don't want to live in one place for long enough to buy a house to stay there, right? So we have to think about some of that. I also like to talk about language because, okay, here's another one. Get your wristbands ready. Overdraft fees. Yeah, NSF, right? Late payment fees. We can just categorize these as junk fees as we heard, right? Well, I can assure you my 16-year-old son, the F that he has in a couple of his classes is not his fault. Anybody ever heard that? Right, it's not his fault because he turned it in. He didn't write his name on the assignment, but it wasn't his fault. He turned it in. The teacher just didn't know it was his. That's her fault for evidently not looking through all of the students and figuring out who hadn't turned it in. So, right, that's the language that we use to say, well, if you don't pay your payment on time, you're going to have an extra fee. Doesn't work because it's somehow not their fault, correct? So it really is all about language. And one last story, we were, my youngest is 15, and for her 15th birthday, we were taking her and our whole family. Actually, we went to the Ed Sheeran concert a couple weeks ago in Denver, and wow, that was fantastic. But she got to bring a friend. So we're driving on our way all to go pick up our friend Zane, and we're en route. And she's like, oh yeah, by the way, Zane, who we all know as he, by the way, Zane's real name is Amber and goes by she, but his mom doesn't know it. So just remember to call her Amber when you get there. And we're like, okay, okay. I mean, language, right? They can change their name. They're very, very fluid, which is awesome. It's very empowering for them. But we need to remember when we're talking about loan applications, and I love my compliance friends in the room, CFPB, Section 1071, and we're supposed to be collecting data for women-owned small businesses. Well, that's gender-based. I don't know how we're supposed to do that. Fortunately, it's not happening. It's on stay at this point. But, you know, a lot of our regulations don't work with our language that we have. And I can just tell you, being, you know, I've been with my partner for 23 years, and when you go to fill out a loan application and I say, oh, well, my partner's running 10 minutes late, they look at you and they're like, this is a consumer loan. What, your business partner's on their way? Right? It's about language. So I really encourage all of you to pull together those that you're trying to serve so that you understand their language and how they think about money and what they're saving for, and really just you're using you know, their metrics of who they are and how they relate to money.
It sounds like orienting the culture internally to match the language is a key step. Linda, how about your experience?
Sure, and I think there's a statistic about Gen Z that 20% are LGBTQ+. Is that right?
That's right. So any way that you split Gen Z, they identify in more diverse ways than the American populace. And then, and when you talk about LGBT and also gender identity, it's even more pronounced.
Yeah, so I'm Linda Bodie, and I'm with Element Federal Credit Union. I'm based in Charleston, West Virginia, and I always like to say it's the gay mecca of the United States, apparently. It's not, I'm just being facetious because, you know, in West Virginia, just got to put it out there, we might be better than some states that I won't name. So we have, believe it or not, a very diverse population. They're in pockets. So it's important for us, it's important for me as a member of the community to make sure that we're serving all people. So I've been with my credit union for 25 years, and it's been a journey to reach out and serve, you know, the underserved, the people that nobody else wants to serve. They don't fit the right box, you don't use the right language. So over that time is, how do we change that? How do we make it more inclusive? How do we add pronouns? How do we get rid of the gender issue on applications? How do we break that standard? This is how we've always done it. These are the rules. So that's something that we've done intentionally over the years. So being inclusive has been a major push for our organization. And that goes with your policies, it goes with your culture, your procedures, changing the way you do things, changing the language. The language is very important. And your employees not only have to know, they have to believe it. They have to be on board with it. If you have one person who's not on board and they touch someone that they don't call them the right name, they are not respectful of their relationship, you've just damaged that person and they're not coming back. So, and it's really difficult to do that, to make people that sensitive. You've got to serve everybody 100%. You've got to have this mentality. So, and you got to keep preaching it. You can't just say it one time and expect it to keep going. You got to have it all the time. So basically, love everyone, accept everyone, welcome everyone, regardless of fill in the blank, because everybody's different. Everybody's so different. So that's one of the things that we've done over the years, is to try and keep perfecting that, improving that, because you know what? Life keeps changing. People keep changing. There's 29 pride flags. I didn't know that. I went through all the pride flags. I'm like, I don't even understand this. But you know what? I'm okay with it because it's here and I'm going to respect that. And I'm going to say, can somebody help explain this to me? Because I don't know what this means. And they're very generous. So going to CU Pride. CU Pride came out of the underground. So there's number 2 that happened. So I just want to put that in there because I know you asked that question. It's very important. So as a national and maybe international organizations, because we're reaching more people, not just in the United States, but having that visibility and acceptance in the broader movement is going to reach the younger generation, all the generations. I mean, every generation, this is impactful to them. But Gen Z definitely needs to see that we are accepting and promoting, welcoming, insert your favorite adjective, whatever. We need to be there for them and we need to show them. And without that, we're going to miss a piece of the pie, a very important piece. and an important group of people that need us. And I was going to talk about like throwing the credit union name out because they don't know what a credit union is. Some people still don't know what a credit union is. So why not change the name? But I'll leave that for another discussion. So I'll end there.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is an easy, what I view as an easy way to engage just your internal folks, and also it's where you can meet the market and capture a slice of this pie in very specific ways that it's meaningful for that slice. And Linda, you failed to mention, you were recognized this year as a Herb Wagner recipient for the work that Linda's been doing. So you have 4 wonderful resources and the hype man over here, but Linda certainly is a leader if you're early days or looking for help in that evolution in your organization. Jackie, how about at BECU?
Yeah, thank you for that, Linda and Milia. I'll say that I also have a Gen Zer in my household, so I feel like we're bringing in some of that very reliable data that comes from lived experience. But let me just give a little bit more context to just even deeper the intersectional lens of Gen Z. So yes, 20% identify as LGBTQIA plus. We also know that the Gen Z generation, it's 52% of those individuals are white, 25% are Latinx, 14% are Black, 6% are Asian, and 5% identify as other. We also know that by 2026, the majority of this country will be not white. We also know that for Gen Z, they are 6% of them have a parent. Oh, I'm sorry, they're immigrants, right? 6% are immigrants compared to 7% of millennials. But even though there's that 1% decline, we also know that 22% of them have a parent who is an immigrant or identifies as an immigrant. So I talk a little bit about that because I think that a lot of what I've heard through the underground today, all the wonderful speakers, we've been talking a lot about the infrastructure, if you will, of the home, of the house. I think the last speaker talked about that, right? The technology, the data, all of those different things. But what I want to offer is that once we have an infrastructure that works, all things being equal, we need to really dig deeper into this intersection of what else beyond the reliable services, the access, all those different things, what else is going to differentiate us as a financial institution that this generation will want to do business with. And so, for us at BECU, it's not only about the infrastructure, it's not only about our members, but it's also about how we're engaging with community, how we're also making sure that our employees reflect that diversity, that they reflect the Gen Z generation and all of the beautiful identities that they bring forth. And I also think that, this generation is going merely by who they are. They're challenging us to do a few things. I think they're challenging us to talk a little bit differently. I think to your point, Linda, if they don't know what a credit union is, let's talk about what that is, right? What we need to do. But I think they're challenging us to not only talk about growth as a market opportunity, but also to talk about purpose. So going from market share, if you will, to purpose driven. I think they're also challenging us to really go from transactional to transformational. They're challenging us to think about not only individual well-being, but collective well-being. To go beyond representation that sometimes can be tokenizing to really thinking about systemic change. And I think that they're challenging us to also go beyond hesitancy to being fearless. So those are some of the offerings that I feel that are coming from this generation. I will also say that I feel like I was having this conversation about 20 years ago when we were talking about millennials. And so if you weren't having that conversation 20 years ago, I think the grim side of things is that you're behind. If you were having that conversation, you're further ahead, right? Like if you were having that conversation 20 years ago about millennials, you have hopefully taken some steps to be more inclusive, to do all those things that get you ready for Generation Z. I will say that, again, if you didn't have those conversations and you're starting, I'm sorry, you're behind. I will also say that when it comes to DEI efforts, if you will, if you said you would do something in 2020 and you haven't done it, this is a generation that's keeping note of that. So they're really looking for impact, right? And they're not looking for us to say that we are going to do something, but that we actually show results. So that's important. They want to make sure that they see impact and that we have evidence to back that up. And then lastly, I'll leave you all with the fact that if you made statements in 2020, if you made commitments and you're scaling those back because it's not in the limelight anymore, because the injustices are not, up front and center for us, then you're going to be irrelevant for the future. So now more than ever, it's important for us to keep this intersectional lens in everything we do. Again, infrastructure, the house, the foundation of the house, super important. But everything else that you build upon that is equally as important, and it's tied to the relevancy of the credit union movement for years to come.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jackie. I have the pleasure of leading the Southeast region for Visa, and I'm on the road in front of organizations like yourselves all the time, and I'm often the same conversation you all are having. Oh, the battle for deposits. Oh, membership age is aging out. Oh, we can't acquire. This is a good segue, Emma. In North Carolina, in the city of Charlotte, at not only your organization, but other organizations that have catered to more of these diverse communities have lines out the door at payday, have international money movement and remittance conversations on the payment rails, not just debit card, right? It is something that moves the needle, engaging in the way that Jackie and the other panelists have said. So, Emma, why don't you bring us home to Charlotte?
So it's so hard to go after they've all read my notes and taken all of my talking points. But the beauty about going last is that I get to share both the Grimm and the fairy tale. So North Carolina, thank you again. Thank you all for inviting me. Emma Hayes with North Carolina State Employees Credit Union. We have about 2.7 million members. And we service only North Carolina. So when you think about the footprint that this organization that I have the opportunity to serve, our members are only in the one state. How did we get there? We have quite a few members that we are happy to say fall in this group, but we got them before they knew that they were members. We got them as kids and babies when their parents set up their first Fat Cat account. Yep, that's what we call it, a Fat Cat account. And those Fat Cat accounts were amazing opportunities for us to get these members in the door. But what I will tell you is earlier in that first panel discussion that we had, we heard a lot about what our potential problems are. So my caution to all of you, as I'm trying to stay right now in the fairy tale, is to make sure that you're not just focused on your problems, because we can become laser focused on our problems, but that we stay and remain focused on our purpose. Why are we here? Why do we exist? Because if we lose sight of why we're here and why we exist, then we lose our only strategic advantage, that people helping people, which language is important. And so that people helping people means something different for this generation that we're trying to attract. I'm going to switch over to the Grimm. Sorry. I know that was short-lived. So we have over 270 branches in the state of North Carolina. We have a huge presence, but that branch presence, those members that are lined up out the door, they're shrinking. And the reason why is because when we surveyed our membership, they told us their number one priority is technology. And unfortunately, we've not done a great job of staying on top of our technology. We're getting better. We're understanding how important it is, but at an organization our size, trying to ensure that we stay on top of technologies become a challenge. So we're working hard at getting better at doing that, especially because our listening strategy, now that we have one, tells us that this new generation is all about technology, and not just for the sake of technology, but it's gotta be convenient, it's gotta be cohesive, so it's not fragmented. So they've got to be able to see how we service them in the ways in which they want to be served. We're getting better at that, so I think that's the first thing. Making sure that we listen by setting up our branches for success to create a very specialized, personalized experience for people when they come into the branch, but also providing that same level in our technology and what we do for our technology. Grimm, the credit union industry is lagging way behind in sustainability. We have not had a focus as an industry as it relates to sustainability. We are well behind the others in the financial industry, specifically Fintechs and all of those who are laser focused on how do we minimize our impact on people, planet, profit? What are we doing? As an industry, we still have some of our old practices in place. We still use a lot of paper. We're still reliant on a lot of the processes that we had in place 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago. And we've got to do better at that because this generation cares about how we impact what our footprint is. So minimizing that footprint will be a way to bring them back to that purpose that we have as credit unions to service all of our membership. Also, a part of that sustainability is making sure that you have diversity in your organizations. I'm not talking performative, check the box diversity. I'm talking about looking at your demographics for your membership and then making sure that people can see themselves in your organization, not just your front line, starting at the top, making sure you have not just representation, but you have inclusion at your board for all of the differences of, differences in levels of education, in industry, in all of the people that you invite to your board, your senior leadership, your C-suite, making sure that people see themselves represented there and that they have a voice, and then offering them opportunities to participate across your organization. Because one thing we know to be true about this generation, and someone else has already mentioned it, they're transient. They're not here to stay. They don't pitch a tent they don't build a wall, they pitch a tent, right? So they can take it up and move to the next place that better suits their needs. So we can't be offended when they find something that speaks to their purpose and their passion, but we have to be well positioned to take advantage of that strategic advantage that we have, which is how we, people, help people, and making sure that it's relevant for the generation that we're trying to target. Zach said I'm out of time. Okay, thank you.
You're good.
No, thank you, Emma. And just some of the things you said are very practical. Some of the things are more strategic and big. And what I've learned over 4 undergrounds is this room is stacked, not just the panelists on the stage, but the room is stacked with resource and heroes and sheroes. I can't see Renee, but sheroes out there that can help you in the evolution, the conversation internally at your own organizations. What I would tell you in terms of the Gen Z opportunity across all of the things that we covered in banking, core banking, payments is the most portable product. If you're looking at a place where you may want to lean in hard on any of the things that the panelists covered, your payments business is a great one to start. I'm very biased, so that's what I do. I'll add one last stat because Emma, you said we're behind. If you look at an average retailer, about 72% of their marketing dollars are in social media, and credit unions do 6%. So that is also one very specific way. So I've got 9 others, but we can talk during the networking session. I don't know, Zach, if there are times for question,
Not quite, but I'm going to add some comments here with y'all because I want to add on to like what everyone said. First off, I know it's a CU Pride panel that we put together, but this is really talking about Gen Z as a whole. So it's not just LGBTQ. It's about how they're looking, how they're seeing, how they're thinking. And I appreciate all of you, both of the community and allies, being here. You talk about language. We talk about people helping people, and this is the key for me. And we'll have some fun with this. Who remembers when Elton John and Dua Lipa redid his song "Cold Heart"? Came out. How many heard a Gen Zer say, "Man, this is good. This is great"? And you said, "Oh yeah, it's a remake." And they go, "No, it isn't. This is brand new." And okay, so they found that they loved a 70s singer, right? Elton John, who many of them never heard of, due to a remix. And people helping people is, for all of us in this room, we get it. People helping people is ambiguous. People helping people is innocuous to others, and especially to Gen Z, because that doesn't tell the story of what credit unions do. So you've got to figure out how you remix that message for them. They've got to know, and that's where we have the 12-year-olds, and we've got to do it soon because Sam's son, we've got to get them. Then I know Sam. Now you brought him up, so we're going to use him. Yes, but it's at that point that and Gen Z is a fully fledged generation now. There are no more being born. Okay, they are here just like the boomers, just like Gen X. All right, so they're done. If we don't do anything and quit talking about millennials, if I hear one more conversation about millennials, they're done. So with Gen Z, hey, no, I'm a millennial. So the thing is that I get that. But with Gen Z, we have got to figure out what that message looks like, because and Sam, thank goodness you work in credit unions because he had that top of mind. But for others, they're not thinking of it. They're thinking about Mint or Acorns or these other things, whereas they could go, oh, credit unions, not only can they service what I need, but dang, they also take care of the planet. They take care of the people and my friends and the relationships that I have. That's where we get to them. We've got to, and you're right, the generational wealth that's going to pass along, if it's in your credit union now, it's not going to stay there. So we've got to do that. So thank you very much, panel. I appreciate it, and letting me give my passion there as well. So we appreciate you. Please give them a round of applause. If you want to go this way, we'll get you a book. So just leave it right there on the chair, yeah. All right, we're gonna let Miss Emma come on down. Before we move on to the next panel, I just have a little bit more to say about CU Pride. I'm going to ask my gentleman in the back to put up the slide here. But there's a few organizations who have stood up and invested in CU Pride and our mission. And believe it or not, we've only been around 3 years. And that's pretty incredible to think about. But our pioneer allies are organizations who came and stood up. They pledge a very significant amount for multi-years to invest in the mission and the conversation that we have. And so a special thank you to BECU, Mitchell Stankovic and Associates, True Stage, Schools First Federal Credit Union, North Carolina State Employees Credit Union, and Visa, all of them in the room here today helping support the conversation that we're having. And then our rainbow allies are those organizations who come in and they become members, but they take the next step and they sponsor and they give back. And so there's some very significant ones that have done some amazing things and who are stepping up. So Chartway Credit Union, CUNA, Element Federal Credit Union, MAC Federal Credit Union, Premier America Credit Union, PSCU, and Trellance, all stepping up to do so much for us. In addition to this, we have 20 organizational allies. So that's credit unions, vendors, business partners who are members of the organization. And we have about 60 individuals who are members. And within that, CU Pride now touches over 15,000 credit union professionals with our events, with our education, with our networking. That's all in 3 years. So like we said, ideas into action. Like Tom said, we don't want this idea to die. just put in the work and you can make it happen. And so we're so grateful to all of them, to all of you for being here, hearing what we're doing. And if you're interested, please let us know. We have 2 events every month. Everybody is invited. You don't have to be a member to be a part of it. Come network with us. Come hear the stories, because that has been the biggest thing that I have heard, is that people jump on, they hear their stories, and they say, I had no idea what it was like for my members who were in the community, that was some of the things that they struggled with. So I encourage you, be there and then be a part of the education that we're bringing to the table. We're providing pieces for your organizations and your credit unions to better serve not only your employees, but the members in the community, because that's going to need to happen, especially if we want Gen Z. So again, thank you very much for that and letting me take a moment with all of you to speak to this. So thank you. All right, so next, and I forgot my notes on this one, so I don't want to miss anybody. Next, we have our last panel, and this is all about Rumpelstiltskin. And Rumpelstiltskin was all about spinning straw into gold, and there's a big story, but for us, it's really about the fact that trust that credit unions have with their members is truly golden. And so with that, I'd like to invite our last fantastic, fabulous panel up to the stage. Gigi Highland of the National Credit Union Foundation, Seth Brickman of Q Cash Financial, Enrique Delgadillo from Balance, Linda White from CULA, and Eric Estes from Boulder Dam Credit Union. Let's go.
Well, first of all, what an amazing day. Of applause to everybody at Mitchell Stankovic and Associates. Incredible. It's such an honor to be up here with the 4 of you. So I'm going to set a little bit of the background here. I don't know about you all, but when Sue called me and asked me to speak about Rumpelstiltskin, I had to reread the story, right? If there's an analogy here, if you think about like Marvel Comics or DC Comics and like Justice League, Rumpelstiltskin probably wouldn't have made like the Justice League, right? He's kind of one of those anti-heroes, if you will, that's, I don't know, just not as well known. So just as a reminder, there are lots of moral lessons here in the Rumpelstiltskin story, but bottom line, this miller started to brag about his daughter to the king. And he said that his daughter could spin straw into gold. And the king took him up on this and locked the daughter in a room and required her over one night to spin straw into gold. And she was obviously fretting because she didn't know how to do this. And this interesting gentleman appeared and said, I can do that for you if you'll give me your necklace. And she goes, okay, I'd rather lose the necklace and not lose my head, because the king had threatened to cut it off. King is greedy. She does this, puts her in a room the second day, bigger room, more straw, spin me more gold, again fretting. This little guy comes back and says, I can do it again if you give me the ring that you have on. She says, okay, no problem. Third day in a row, King is super greedy, says one more time, biggest room he can think of, full of straw, spin it into gold. Rumpelstiltskin says, I will do it again if you give me your first child. So now the ante is up. She goes, well, I'm not married now. There's no way I'm going to have children. It's all good. So as you might guess, Rumpelstiltskin delivers on the story. The miller's daughter eventually marries the king and has a baby, cherishing this beautiful first child. And guess who pops up again? Is Rumpelstiltskin. And so the miller's daughter, now a queen, makes another deal with Rumpelstiltskin and says, you cannot have my firstborn child. And he goes, I will have your firstborn child unless you can think of my name and actually say my name within 3 days. And so the next part of the bargain is, can she come up with his name? She doesn't the first day, she doesn't the second day. The second evening, she goes out into the woods, fretting, figuring out what she's going to do.
and she sees a fire, and she walks to the woods, and she sees this little gentleman dancing by the fire, singing this song about how she's never going to guess his name because his name is Rumpelstiltskin. The next day, as you might guess, he says, "What's my name?" And she goes, "Is it Harry? Is it Joe? Is it Paul?" He's laughing. He thinks he's going to get the child, and she goes, "Is it Rumpelstiltskin?" And a huge hole opens up in the floor, and you never see Rumpelstiltskin again. So, happy ending for the queen. She keeps her child. Not so happy ending, pretty grim for Rumpelstiltskin, because we don't know what happened to him. Gold, trust is like gold within the credit union system. We've heard a lot of conversation about technology, the speed of technology. Everything is moving so fast. How can credit unions keep up? We're already too far behind. Members, mission, margin. How do you know that you can actually keep members regardless of where they're University of Nevada students that are up here or whether they are someone who's been in the credit union system who does not use a credit union credit card when she travels? Ever, even though she has been in the system for 33 years. Trust. Trust is golden. Who wants to start? Seth?
All right. I'm sorry, I can't sit when I talk, so I'm going to stand. And here's the way I see gold, and here's how I spin gold. Last year, we knew that 167 million people struggled financially. This year, that number is 176 million people who are struggling financially. Last year, 1 out of every 10 were credit invisible or a thin file. This year, it's 2 out of every 10. In 2021, the CFPB told us 26 million people were credit invisible. And we sit here and we talk as credit unions about we want to grow membership, but we want A+ paper membership. We don't want the credit invisible. We've got nothing for them. Or we don't want thin files because we can't lend to them. Well, the truth is, when I first joined this industry and as leading QCash, I thought that financial inclusion and lending deeper, that was a great social initiative, and it was something that all credit unions needed to do. What I have learned over the last several years is it is an important social initiative, but more importantly, it's actually a financial imperative for us to stay relevant and for us to be able to continue. You've heard from all the Gen Zs today. The reality is Gen Zs are those thin files. They're the credit invisible. They're the ones that are looking for help, and when they look, they don't find what they're looking for. So how do we embrace technology? How do we embrace products that we can bring to market that service these people? You heard them talk about, I want instant gratification. Well, not a sales pitch, but that's why our product goes from link to funds in under 60 seconds, because it's instant gratification. But there's lots of products that can do that for you. And so how do we embrace the mindset that lending deeper and driving financial inclusion isn't a social initiative, it's a financial imperative? Because when we look at it from that perspective, I really think our mindset changes. I think the way we think about executing on it changes. And if we think that 26 million credit invisibles in 2021, and some people will say that number has more than doubled by the time we've gotten to 2023, that is a pool of credit union members that would make your numbers skyrocket, right? Imagine those members coming to your credit union, joining your credit union. Deposits today, maybe not. Deposits tomorrow, absolutely. But what happens is you create members for life. Right? You don't create members for today that are going to drive that bottom line, but you're offering them goods and services that allow them to actually become active, engaged members, and you're going to see that lifetime value. So my view of spinning gold is let's go after those members. There could be upwards of 50 million of them, 2 out of every 10, credit invisible thin file. We go after them. That's going to be a game changer for us, and it's going to be a game changer for our industry.
Cool. Enrique, want to go ahead?
Gigi, thank you.
Please.
Thank you for doing the recap, by the way, on Rumpelstiltskin. That was fantastic, and I want to thank Sue and Zach. You know, when I first got invited, and you said Rumpelstiltskin, I was thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I vaguely remember it. You couldn't give me La Llorona. You couldn't give me El Cucuy. You had to give me Rumpelstiltskin. I have no idea what Rumpelstiltskin is. So I started reading the story, and Gigi, you did a phenomenal recap. You know, that was fantastic. So I think I did the wrong homework assignment because I kept concentrating on Rumpelstiltskin, and I wanted to draw the parallel, and I wanted to draw the correlation. So I was thinking to myself, you know, when the miller went out and stopped the king, all he really wanted was financial wellness. What he wanted was financial well-being because he was tired of being poor. So why did he stop the king? Why couldn't he just go down through the forest and find his local credit union? Probably because the miller was probably like the 17 million Americans that are unbanked. Probably because it's like the 55 million that are underbanked. So you have to go through a different route. And when you go a different route and you don't go through the route of your trusted credit union, then you end up in a situation dealing with Rumpelstiltskin, not knowing the terms, not knowing the conditions, end up, dare I say, in a predatory situation, because that's what ended up happening. So I kept thinking to myself, that's what I wanted to kind of draw the connection and say, all that was wanted was that financial wellness. And how do you get to that financial well-being? How do you tell the story? How do you want your credit union to be talked about? Do you want to be talked about from a standpoint of transactions, from branches, that it's easy to go in there? Or do you want your credit union, the name to pop out when someone is having a conversation about buying a car, thinking about buying a house, talking about financial wellness? Is that how you want to be remembered? I personally have a Gen Zer and a Gen Xer that live in my household. And the one thing I do know is they're very opinionated. And it is unbelievable how they look at me, and you would think that I have no idea what I'm talking about. The idea that I still want to leave the house with cash causes a gasp to them. They can't believe that, and they're like, what are you doing with cash? Who still spends cash? So I start thinking, well, wait a minute, maybe I'm out of touch. And I went back to Rumpelstiltskin, and I wanted to be able to say, how do you want your credit union to be remembered? And more importantly, if you don't take care of your members, they're going to end up being taken care of by Rumpelstiltskin. That was my homework assignment. I am so sorry. I stuck with the story.
Good job. Fabulous. Awesome. Linda.
Wow. So see, I'm really big on analogies, and I didn't overthink this one. So I'm going to take it from the perspective of trust and equity. So I'm Linda White. I'm the executive director of the Credit Union Women's Leadership Alliance, or CULA, which was formed for female CEOs of credit unions under 300 million. Of the 4,700 credit unions in the country, and that number changes day by day, 80% of those credit unions are under 300 million assets. Of those 80%, of those 300 million, 60% plus are run by women. So CULA was formed to have about sustainability of small credit unions, primarily run by women, to have that trusted space, to be able to share the unique differences and challenges that women face every day. And how do we help them to be sustainable and to have that trusted conversation. And this is, I say this when I talk, this isn't about male versus female. It's not about that. But the reality of it is the conversation is different, and how do women show up? And I actually had somebody recently ask me, somebody you would have never thought, that would ask me, why women only? And I said, well, the equities or the inequities, because women make between 20 and 30% less than men. How do we change that? And it's not going to change overnight. And again, this is like we have lots of peers. I mean, my successor is a man, and then lots of peers and cohorts that are all welcoming and embracing, but the conversation is different. So one of the things I did when I took over as executive director, because I am a founding member of CULA, which was formed in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic. And here we are 3 years later. But when I took over, one of the first things I did was to want to have a communication portal and not a listserv, that where our members can share ideas. And when I look through it, it's kind of like I look to see what the conversation is different than when I've been on other portals. And I will tell you, never have I seen a comment, and they are raw and they are deep. Never have I seen anybody said, "Why didn't you?" It's never, "Why didn't you?" It's never that. It's like, "What can I do to help? Here's something you may want to think about." The language is different to where the more you share, the more they share. And then on top of that, how do we find solutions for them to be able to be better in their communities? Ron said earlier in the day, the first thing walking in the door was like, if you are doing the same thing the same way you did last year, pretty soon you're going to be part of a $5 billion credit union. Right? And so I love that comment because it talks about, I like said, the recapping, technologies and how are technologies like geared towards larger credit unions? What are solutions that are out there to help smaller credit unions? Not just women-run credit unions, but they do share more. So how do we start there? So I have the opportunity to start to vet and talk and find solutions that could work for our credit unions. And then how can I'm sitting here talking with some of my friends, how do we share that across the system to make sure that we have sustainable credit unions of all like genders, whatever that looks like. But I think that's really about the trust and the equity to be represented and to be there and to have that safe space.
Awesome. Thanks for that perspective, Linda. Eric.
So I retired 3 weeks ago, and after this conference today, I really think I timed it right. So today is our board planning session, so it's the first one I've missed in about 30 years. And during that planning session, one of the first things I always ask our board is, who do you trust in an untrustworthy world? How do you trust in an untrustworthy world? We have millions of seniors being defrauded every day. And the attempts are many times more than that. And they're being told not to trust anyone on the phone, not to trust anyone on the computer. We have youth, Gen Z and Gen Y, that grew up in an environment watching their parents lose their homes during an economic crisis, who don't trust financial institutions and certainly don't trust the way the big banks treated their parents during that time, and eventually lost their homes. And what I think we have, to a great extent, and this includes our 2 children who fall in that age range, you have a risk-averse population coming up, or a debt-averse population coming up, that don't want to borrow. They don't want to owe anybody because they saw what happened to their parents back in the day when they were growing up. There's no trust out there. And then you sit here today and you listen to the IT infrastructure that we're developing within our credit unions to have a no-trust environment. And that's, while it's a prudent approach, it's the message we're sending to our staff. It's a no-trust environment. And the other side to that is internal controls within our institutions are designed and built to instill in our staff that we don't trust them. And the irony of that is, from my history in working in these institutions for 35 or 40 years, is the one person you're trying to stop is going to find a way to do it regardless of the controls you put in place. So we have around us so many avenues of threats to the trust and the trust environment that we're trying to create. And I do think we as institutions and as an industry that I'm extremely proud to have been a part of and hope to continue to be so in the future, have developed one of the best trust environments you could possibly ask for from an industry. But it's fragile. And it's how we treat it that's important. And from Boulder Dam Credit Union standpoint, our marketing budget, which is a small marketing budget in comparison, we've got a 75 to 80% penetration rate in our community. We have one competitor, and it's Wells Fargo. And I will tell you, if you could ask for just one competitor to be in your market, Wells Fargo is a great one to have. They can make you look good. But so our responsibility in marketing isn't for billboards, it's not for television advertising at all, it's for community investment. It's to put the money back in the community, not just through our products, not through the way we don't charge fees, But the marketing budget itself becomes a payback that builds the fabric of the community and builds trust in the community that we mean the right things and that we do the right things. We offer a high school financial education class through Brandy Stankovic, who developed that, about 18 years ago now, I think? She looks like she's 20. That has been highly successful, and we reach 90% of the high school seniors when they graduate with financial education courses, and we don't charge them a dime for it, and we pay them to attend it, because you have to have a hook. But they know we're doing it for their well-being, not for ours. We are in the senior center at least once a week with educational material on the latest fraud trends. They know to come to us if they get a call or if they have a breach in their system and they can't understand how to deal with it. There's so many moving parts in the environment today, and I love the conversations we've had today, and obviously 80-85% of it's revolved around technology, which is the future, but you can't forget the people. You just can't forget the people, because we as an institution, for those of us who are on the credit union side, we all have access to the same vendors. We all have access to the same products. We all have access to basically the same structure. And the only thing between those variables and our members are our people. And that's where the difference lies. And we can't forget about them. And we can't let them be threatened by technology. We have to help them, assist us in bringing technology on and doing it in the right way and not spreading ourselves too thin. And getting back to what Jim said before, we can't be everything to everybody, so we damn well better find out what we're really good at and build on that, because that's your competitive advantage. But trust is under attack. And I do think you can spin gold. You hold the trust of your members in the palm of your hand and the trust of your staff. And I would say probably most importantly, the trust of yourself.
Right? Right? Trust yourself, yeah.
There's a fine art in the philanthropy world that we call the art of giving a damn. And that's what this is. That's what you just talked about. That as credit unions, we have this very unique advantage of being centered around members. Kevin said it so beautifully. Members first, mission, and then margin. And it is members that have to drive. I would argue that we are in no different a position than we were in 1934. Yes, the world has changed. Yes, the tools are different. Yes, there's technology. Yes, yes, yes. That's how you do things. The how is always going to change. The why is not going to change. The why is still about human beings. You heard it from the youngsters. I feel like I can call them that now. I'm old enough now, the youngsters that were up here saying, I still want things that are things for my life, for my financial well-being. I just want them delivered seamlessly. I want it too. We said that in many of the sessions today. We all want that for our lives, but we also want to be able to trust people to give us the advice we need and the help we need, because finances are really, really hard. No matter what stage of life you're on, payments can be really, really hard if you use them every single day. How do we show up for our members? How do we give a damn about our members? How do we give a damn about our employees? And how do we leverage that to build the trust bridge that you are talking about? Last word, we have 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Last word of advice. This is the last panel of this amazing day. What would you say to the attendees in the room about one action they should take back and do in their institution? Let's go in reverse order. Eric, I'm going to start with you.
I like to better the other way.
I know.
I would get back to, we as leaders in the industry need to be sure that our staff trust that we have their best interest at heart. We need to care about the people that work for us, just like we care about our family. We need to understand that they have a personal life and a family life outside of a professional life. And we're responsible for all that. And by putting them in a position where they honestly believe we care about those things, they will care about what's important to us and what's important to our institution.
I'm going to go back to my favorite thing, which is what can you do? And I think to add to that, sharing, because we talked about all the things we can do, and we're better together. We talked about credit unions, we're better together. What can we do collectively as an industry to be sustainable and to be here for the future? Because we're hearing this, it's like repeatedly, is that we do really well with people. And I love the quote earlier today that, AI is there, but we have the relationship. I think George said that earlier in the day. And I think really about relationships and doing what can you do.
Enrique?
We have the ability in our hands to create the happily ever after. We have that ability. The Grimm today, the Financial Health Network, put out their financial health pulse. And we're going in the wrong direction. People are feeling more financially vulnerable pre-pandemic. So what's our financial wellness journey? What are we doing? How are we telling the story? And are we with them throughout that journey for them to be able to look back and say, yes, they were with me, they helped me, I'm in a much better position. So my last comment is to say, please remember, you have the ability to create the happily ever after.
Seth, bring us home.
All right. 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and that's regardless of socioeconomic status. That's those making $30,000, those making $300,000. The year-over-year growth, the majority of it was actually people making over $100,000 a year. The Census Bureau recently released some data that showed in every single state in our nation, in order for somebody to afford a 2-bedroom apartment, they need to make more than double what the federal minimum wage is. 58% of people using predatory lending are what we call more month than money, meaning they get to the end of the month, they can't put food on their table, pay their rent, pay their electric bill. To me, we can solve that problem. We can create products for those people. And on top of that, we can reach the credit invisible and the credit thin files. So for me, it's let's have something that reaches people when they're in these positions, and then they will return that favor to us as they get into better positions and we become their primary financial institution.
Please thank this amazing panel.
Thank you. All right.
Back to you, Zach.
Yes, back to me. Thank you, panel. Eric, I'm going to ask you to just sit there. The rest of you are released. Yes.
Well, that's not
yes,
good.
I know. Yes, one more round for our final panel here. Amazing.
Wish me luck.
You didn't know we had a timeout at the underground, so.
I was really that bad.
I know it was. No, first, thank you all very much. Incredible thought leaders, incredible panels. I cannot stress it enough. If there is something that came out of this that you want to pursue, let us know. The underground community will rally around any of your ideas. We will help you connect to the people that want to push it forward. So reach out, let us know. And a reminder, save the date, March 3rd, Washington, D.C., our flagship underground right before GAC. Limited attendance. We are going to have the registration link out tomorrow. And if you want to be there, then get on it because we only have so many seats. And with that, thank you so much for sharing time with me. And I'm going to pass it back to Sue. Sue.
How patient have you all been? Oh my gosh. I walked outside and I saw everybody networking and standing and walking around. And just remember that this is going out tomorrow, all right? And so you could share it with all your friends, your clients, your members. There was some really good stuff. So this is our friend. And I'd like Mike Stankovic to come over. Michael was on Boulder Dam Credit Union's board for 15 years. It's our credit union. Gave us our first loan, helped us build a business, helped us buy our first office building, and Eric saw them through not only the passing of one of the strongest, I guess, believers in credit unions, but he helped the community through. And when you think about the people that make a difference in your life, and you ask your kids, and Samantha, I wanted to bring in my 8-year-old and all my grandchildren. I thought, okay, Sue, that's enough. But the reality is they're growing up with credit union values, and we have to get to them younger. And he's done that. He's actually shepherded Moola Moola Club, relationships. He's done amazing things. So I don't want to embarrass him, but this is his first underground, man. Let's do it.
That's not true. I did the one before.
Okay, if you'll take just a minute, we want to show you that in addition to this, but here's his new rocking chair. And if you will, grab the...
You'll fit soon.
I know.
Oh, no.
Just pull it out of there. Okay. It has to stand up and show it to all of you because we're so darn proud of this man. Thank you for being there for us and for the industry.
I can't see it.
The main thing it says is he told us the other day when he was prepping for the underground to hurry it up because he was missing his nap time.
I actually said the Ohio State football game.
Oh, now the truth. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. So a couple minutes, thank you. For a couple minutes, well, actually, stand here with me, but you have to get in the lights. Couple minutes more. We're going to have some fun out there. We're going to network. I was taking some notes, and I have to say, Gigi, you are such a darn good storyteller. I'll tell you what, I was sitting there going, that's exactly what we're talking about. So I want to start with the whole idea of the Rip Van Winkle. Brian came together with this group, and we talked about the fact that what would it look like if we wake up and the world has changed? And that actually got me thinking. And so when we did planning sessions this year, we brought that subject up to people. And it was kind of like, wow, it's a big deal. The Running Rebels, we talked about the fact that they came here, but I want you to know something. We reached out to SCE Credit Union, Lenny, Emily, Jen Oliver, and we said, we want to add this to our panel, to our group, and they did it in 7 days. They reached out, they talked to the college, and the professor's response was, you're the best partner we've ever had. All right? It doesn't take much, but the kids came here and they told us their story. And then I have to tell you, since I started that work on the AI, generative AI, and started looking at the implications of that, I am no longer going online. I am no longer posting to Facebook. You will no longer see pictures of my family, okay? Because this stuff is criminal. And we have to stay on top of it. And I just put a little note. It's not from the standpoint that we're afraid of it. It's just there's poisoned apples out there. Did you get that one? Okay. So thank you for sharing that. And then the big bad wolf, it's kind of one of those things where it starts out with somebody running around from house to house. But for me, it kept going back to Little Red Riding Hood. And the thing that when we were going through this process, I thought, that's such a cool theme, right? Grimm Fairy Tales and Happily Ever After. And then I got the book. And if you've read the Grimm Fairy Tales, all right, it's kind of scary. So I'm really glad that we ended up on the Happily Ever After side. So have some fun with that. So a couple other things. The tortoise and the hare, yes, yes, yes. It's all about we have to move faster. But a little note to everybody. Our first company was called Midas, M-Y-D-A-S. And we started that company, my husband and I, and we just thought that was the coolest name, okay? And we looked on the internet at that time, very rudimentary internet, and Midas, M-Y-D-A-S, stood for an ancient sea turtle. So there's a destiny a universe that we create. I'm a believer that we have these conversations not because we're negative at all. If all of you know me, if anything, the glass is always half full, it's overflowing, it's all of that stuff, all right? But it's because I like to play out worst case scenario. That's how I live my life. I play out worst case scenario and then I get on with it and figure out how to fix it. So for us, it's about really colliding. There was a comment made that a lot of this was technology, and Eric's right, but we're colliding with Money 2020. And when we collide with an organization or a convention or a conference, it's because we're very fascinated with that subject. And there's something else that's unique. We ask people that love credit unions, not expert speakers, not paying, I know. You got a great book, though. But we're asking people that know credit unions to come up here and challenge us and get involved. And we believe your voices count. Each one of you needs to use your voice to stand up for credit unions. And that means our rainbow, our Gen Zs, our women, our men, our people, those not served, small credit unions. We talk about large credit unions. We talk about membership growth. It happens because people want to have a better life. And so, one last time, do you think that we're going to be able to serve the future generation with cooperative values? Raise those hands. There. See? I'm going to be passionate. The reality is that, yes, it was my birthday, all right? They were not supposed to say anything, but when Miss Renee starts singing, you don't say anything. But I believe very strongly that every time we have an opportunity, we stand up, all right? So we will see you hopefully in D.C. We hope you have a wonderful holiday, and go out there and get some food. Thank you very much for being here.